Section 1 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. On what terms will Russia be permitted to enter the League of Nations? What price, political and economic, must she pay for inclusion in the World Confederation that is to give common security and protection to all states? Those who speak for Soviet Russia and those who speak for the disgruntled groups representing the opposing factions have already asked these questions. But thus far the questions have remained unanswered. It is now reasonably certain that no delegates will be considered accredited by Russia to the Peace Conference, and that her fate, as Monsieur Clemenceau said in his speech to the Chamber of Deputies on December 30th, that her fate would be equally true of the fate of nations in all parts of the world, will be determined by her former allies, France, England, Italy, and America. Admittedly, the policy which is to be pursued towards Russia is of first-rate importance for the future peace of the world. Thus far, in spite of Senator Johnson's spirited and just inquiries, this government has not seen fit to enlighten its citizens. Lord Milner, speaking for the British government, has given some explanation, feeble and inadequate though it be. He has stated that it would be a flagrant violation of British honor if those Russians who had aided the intervening troops were left to the tender mercies of the Bolsheviki. Monsieur Pinchon, speaking for the French government, has given his explanation too. It is, intervention was inevitable. He does not state exactly why. Intervention has become defensive in order to prevent the Bolsheviki from invading the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and western Siberia. But he is franker than his British colleague. Amidst a storm of protests from the benches of the left and cries of the war is beginning anew, Monsieur Pinchon went on to explain that in the future an offensive intervention might be necessary in order to destroy Bolshevism. French troops are fighting the Russian Republican Army in Odessa and Sebastopol, and British troops have already landed at Riga, Reval, and Helsingfors. Our own War Trade Board has authorized shipments of goods to Finland, where the White Guard has cooperated with the Germans in driving out the Bolsheviki, and to those parts of Siberia under control of the Army of Occupation. Briefly, then, the avowed intentions of the statesmen of the Allies who have condescended to speak, and the overt acts of all the governments of the Entente, give a clear clue to the policy to be pursued towards Russia. Under no circumstances is Soviet Russia to be recognized or to be admitted to the League of Nations. Tempered only by the war weariness of their own peoples and the degree of skepticism which may be aroused in even the most gullible of publics, the governments of the Allies intend to destroy Soviet Russia, root and branch. Yet, as a matter of fact, this failure to gain political recognition would not particularly disturb the leaders of Soviet Russia if they could in any way arrange for economic cooperation with the governments of their former allies. But the destruction contemplated is not mere political isolation from the benefits of the League of Nations. It is actual economic destruction. Some time ago, the Soviet government bought and paid for nets and fishing instruments in Norway. The goods were shipped. On October 26, the boat transporting them was stopped and the goods seized by the British. Other purchases in neutral countries have been prevented from leaving the warehouses. The economic blockade is effective. Was it irony on the part of Monsieur Pinchon when in the speech above quoted he gracefully referred to the fact that because France had already given so much to the common cause, our allies should contribute to this intervention on a larger scale than we? Not entirely irony, for Monsieur Pinchon was not thinking merely of Great Britain's effective blockade against Russia. The hint was pretty plain that a large share of the task of destroying Soviet Russia should in justice devolve upon the United States, which has sacrificed far less proportionately than any other nation in the victory over Germany. In a word, the United States is to furnish the economic help and, if necessary, the military assistance required to guarantee that neither a Soviet Russia nor Germany shall long continue to exist, and to embarrass the victorious governments of England, France, and Italy, who naturally enough see in a weak Russia, on the one hand, and in a stable Germany, on the other, the opportunity for exploitation of natural resources and for rich indemnities from a defeated and disciplined industrial nation. From every part of the United States should arise an uncompromising demand for the discontinuance of this imperialistic adventure into which our government is plunging us. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Superficially, the result of the British elections are discouraging to Liberals. Asquith, Henderson, Snowden, MacDonald are all defeated. The Liberal and Nationalist parties are practically wiped out of existence. Labour acquires only 65 seats instead of the expected 100. Ireland threatens civil war in the practical sweep for the Sinn Féin. The Tories of England, France, and America pluck up heart and become shamelessly explicit in their demands for a punitive, vindictive peace. Yet the adverb superficially is merited. If a general election had been held in Germany 3 days after the start of the last March offensive, who could doubt that the results would have been overwhelmingly conservative? And in less than 9 months, Germany turns revolutionary. In the first flush of a victory that must have seemed as sudden as it was complete, it was hardly to be expected that England would repudiate the leader who had, in the popular mind at any rate, successfully brought her through the crisis. The day of election found England in a position more powerful and world-dominant than she has ever occupied in her history as an empire. Was it to have been expected that a vote of confidence would then be denied? But there are further considerations which make the coalition victory less significant than appears on the surface of the number of votes. London and Scotland polled less than half their electorate, Wales just half, English boroughs and counties a little more than half, striking proof, if proof were needed, that to a large section of the electorate the contest was regarded as unreal, and that suspicion of parliamentarianism is strong. Furthermore, the system of proxy voting for the army inevitably produced a situation wherein 1/3 of the votes actually cast represented the considered political opinion of the men in khaki. It is noteworthy that most of the ballots cast out were from soldiers, and that across the slips were written expressions like "send us home and we will vote," and "we have no information about the candidates." Even granting, however, that the coalition victory represented the practically unanimous present-day view of England, the evidence is definitive that a few weeks will see a marked shift in popular conviction. The whole problem of peace and reconstruction is placed squarely upon Lloyd George's shoulders. He has given election hostages to fate in the form of all sorts of extravagant promises. But if the word of English liberal journals is to be believed, the plans for demobilization of the army and the reabsorption of men into industry and the placing of them upon the land are as uncoordinated and inadequate as our own. The Lloyd George government will be faced with a serious unemployment crisis before the peace conference has concluded its sittings. Ireland openly declares its intention to provoke serious military clashes before the conference finishes its work, and if many of the peace terms which Lloyd George promised in the heat of the campaign are carried out literally, the result will be the increase of Bolshevism everywhere east of the Rhine, with consequent drains upon British finance and men for holding in check the very forces which the stupidity of its statesmen will have aroused. Every one of Lloyd George's campaign chickens is coming home to roost, and with a tag to show its paternity. Moreover, the national unity, which inevitably prevailed for a few weeks following the close of the most successful of wars, is bound soon to disappear. The very intensity of the long political union sacrée of the war proved its artificiality, and with the relaxing of external hostility, internal and domestic differences are certain to be accentuated and sharpened. Lloyd George has aroused high hopes. If those hopes are disappointed, the resentment will be greater than would have been the case with the statesman who had modestly promised less. Labor should not now lose its opportunity. It should point out the mistakes and broken promises of the coalition regime calmly and without exaggeration. It should do everything in its power to strengthen the personnel of its leaders, for the indications are that England will see another general election before summer, and that the country will then look as hopefully to labor as it is now looking to coalition. End of section 2. Section 3 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The conventional soldier's monument, for all that is beautiful in the spirit that prompts its erection, is not the least ugly byproduct of war. But what impresses the beholder is not so much its ugliness, and its appalling monotony and ugliness, as its utter futility as a memorial. Spiked and rusting cannon in neglected corners have something to say, however inappropriate, but to whom do the lumps of granite and bronze, which, after the Civil War, broke out upon the northern states like a rash, communicate any notion of the passion for union, the humane pity, and the intolerable sacrifices which they were piled up to commemorate? And now that we are concluding another great war, waged in much the same spirit, and in hundreds of deeply roused communities are gathering funds for memorials, shall we again trust in ugly and dumb masonry with the memory of those who have given that spirit the last full measure of devotion? The War Camp Community Service hopes we shall not. It proposes instead that we endow community houses. Not unlike those the service has built to further its program of hospitality to men in uniform, and make them permanent living memorials to our soldiers. Such houses, of course, would function differently in communities of differing size, but there is no reason why each of them should not acquire its own technique for serving the everyday social needs of its common owners, and at the same time of keeping alive the memory of these days. Cities might maintain democratic auditoriums like Faneuil Hall or Independence Hall. Towns might transfer to the new house the richly varied activities which are beginning to cluster around community centers in the schools. Homes for community drama and music might be provided. Memorials like these would of necessity prove flexible in character, responsive to the changing spirit of their communities. They could not, as shafts of stone and metal must, become mere stubborn souvenirs of an archaic militarism. Physically, they would be harder to make ugly in the first instance, and certainly an initial ugliness could be remedied as the community's taste improved. In the deafening barrage of after-the-war proposals from wartime committees, this suggestion of the War Camp Community Service is one to which we can profitably give ear. End of section 3. Section 4 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perhaps the memory that will live most vividly of Randolph Bourne is of his quick perception of sham and pretense. Pompous gentility and ritualism, whether encrusted convention or mere tradition, aroused his power of biting irony. For graceful and engaging as was his satire, it never lacked the edge which gave it a peculiar distinction. Gifted with a fine and alert intelligence, Bourne coupled it with an extraordinary ability as a craftsman in writing. He could easily have won more substantial recognition by employing his gifts in the service of the accepted and the acknowledged, but he never once played false to his spontaneous sympathies and his personal bias. The direction of those sympathies and that bias had become fairly clear even before his untimely death. He demanded of life richer aesthetic experiences, and companionship of fuller intellectual straightforwardness, more emotional range and flexibility than his American environment could possibly yield without radical transformation. To that radical transformation Bourne gave his best efforts and ability. In all of his work, whether in the book reviews that were themselves pieces of creative writing, or in his books or articles on education and even politics, he was always sharply insistent upon the contributions which our immigrants could make to our national life, mockingly contemptuous of the timidity and surviving Puritan shyness which rejected them. He exposed unerringly the staleness which comes from atrophy of the living spirit, nor was he perturbed or frightened at the more untoward forms which flaring rebellion might take. He welcomed and understood them even when his attitude resulted in a kind of perversity of fairness, although he refused to be beguiled by new formulas which were the mere fashionable radical escape from the old. His influence was a constant invigoration and challenge. The shibboleths and fine words of the day were examined in a merciless Socratic spirit. It was hardly in the way of systematic intellectual achievement that either his ability or his temperament led him. He was rather a watchman and questioner of the intellectual achievements of others, a challenger whom even the greatest could not afford to ignore. Time would have matured his judgment and perhaps mellowed a wit as urbane as any in our tradition, but it would scarcely have changed the fundamental quality of his contribution to our intellectual life. The loss of that contribution is irremediable. All of us are the poorer for his going. End of section 4. Section 5 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The attitude of the Dial in regard to Russia would seem to need no further explanation, yet in answer to correspondence received since the number of December 14 went into circulation, it may be well to restate it. First, the Dial regards the case of Russia as the most important of the problems affecting any one nation to be considered at the Peace Conference, more important than Germany or Czechoslovakia or Poland or Yugoslavia or France or Italy or Ireland. It involves in the most fundamental way the whole question of democracy as affected by the relations between nations. As President Wilson has said, the treatment accorded to Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from their own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. This problem is laid upon America the more urgently because Russia, in spite of the immense sacrifices and sufferings of her people, will evidently not have an opportunity to speak for herself in that conference. Second, in order that public opinion in the United States may be informed in regard to the present state of affairs in Russia, the aims of her present government, and the relation of that government to the Russian people, the Dial believes that the fullest publicity should be given to all the facts obtainable. The Dial has no fear that the people of the United States will fail to give sympathy where it is due, and material support where it is needed, if they are allowed to understand the situation. It would be a monstrous result of the war for democracy, now ended, if as a result of restrictions upon freedom of speech, the United States should drift into another war which the public mind has had no opportunity to understand or sanction. This would indeed be to reverse President Wilson's motto. It would be victory without peace. The Dial holds no brief for the present regime in Russia, except insofar as it is misrepresented in a way to mislead public opinion in the United States. We shall publish from time to time statements of fact which have been verified, and important documents which have been authenticated. The Dial is prepared to serve as a bureau of intelligence, to answer questions, to supply copies of documents, to bring inquirers into contact with authoritative sources of information. It will act not in the spirit of propaganda, but of truth. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Editorials from the Dial magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How much longer will the American public endure our shameful intervention in Russia? How much longer are we to permit our troops, enlisted under a democratic banner, to be used as pawns in the imperialistic political game which the Allies have been and are now openly playing in that country? We have no hesitation in asking these questions, for the truth is that if our government does not see fit soon to put a stop to this anti-American adventure, the American people will put a stop to it themselves. We have already endured too many mistakes in our Russian policy, quietly, to endure many more. The most recent incident in that policy, the mishandling of the communication from the British government by our State Department, shows how little our officials are to be entrusted with the formulation of any democratic foreign policy, when left unchecked or uncriticized. The British note proposed recognition, at least tacitly, of the Soviet government in Russia, and representation of that government at the peace conference. Yet, incredible as it may seem, this proposal of supreme importance apparently did not even reach the eyes of Acting Secretary of State Frank L. Polk until after the publication of Monsieur Pinchon's statement in Paris rejecting the proposal in the name of France. Needless to add, the proposal was not communicated to the President in Paris, and if newspaper dispatches report correctly, our peace delegates there were as much astonished as the general public at the revelation that the proposal had been made. This is only one incident among many where important documents, either through malice or through ignorance, have been lost somewhere in the red tape of the State Department, so that they have never reached the people who ought first to have seen them. All the evidence goes to show that our State Department is an example of monumental inefficiency. This recent incident is appalling enough to make people lose all confidence in its method of handling our foreign, and especially our Russian, policy. We have no doubt that had President Wilson been informed of those important developments in the situation of which he ought to have been informed, he would today be the advocate of a simple and direct and democratic Russian policy, instead of being, as he is, obviously embarrassed by a policy which is personally distasteful to him, a policy, moreover, which is thoroughly ambiguous. But we have conclusive evidence that the President has never been so informed, until it has become too late. We may here point out that Lloyd George has been forced to change his attitude toward the Soviet government in Russia by the rising anger and protest of the British people. For us also but one corrective force remains, the force of a united and angered public opinion. It must be made clear to our government and to the President that the lives of our men in Russia are not a matter of negligible importance. It must be made clear that we entered the war to crush German militarism, and that with this task accomplished, we are not interested in acting as the bond collectors for any European government. It must be made clear that we are disgusted and ashamed at the campaign of falsehood and misrepresentation about Russia which our government has seen fit to allow. It must be made clear that our government is the servant and not the master of the American people. It is for the people and not for a small autocratic clique to say whether our men are to remain in Russia killing Russian peasants and workingmen. As the New Statesman succinctly says of English policy in its issue of December 21st, what we now seem to be drifting into is a war against a government which now commands the allegiance of the mass of the Russian people, a war which, whatever it may be in theory, would in effect inevitably prove to be a war on behalf of a small monarchist class. However certain we may be that the Bolsheviks' experiment in catastrophic socialism will fail, it is not our business to stop it. We may watch it with interest, or we may contemptuously say that we will leave Russia to stew in her own juice, but we have neither the duty nor even the right to suppress it merely because we dislike it, and to kill British soldiers in the operation. It is the duty of every American to inform himself of the real situation. Already there has been organized a Truth About Russia Society, composed entirely of patriotic Americans, for the purpose of giving the public the established and undisputed facts. Everyone should join this organization. Everyone should help in the arrangements for mass meetings and the circulation of petitions. Everyone should write or telegraph his representatives at Washington. This type of legitimate pressure upon our elected representatives should not be relinquished until there is no mistake in the will of the American people, or their temper. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Peace Conference is confronted by 4 groups of questions: penological, territorial, commercial, and social. Of these, the first 3 are most interesting to the type of mind of members of the Congress, but while they are in the foreground, the social situation enforced by the challenge of Bolshevism must be latent in every discussion. It is this situation which makes the all-inclusive and transcending problem of the conference the question whether it can make peace at all, whether the elements in control of the dominant nations can so harmonize their penological, political, and commercial interests that the fabric of international relations can be restored. For if they fail, if they cannot end war and the menace of it, the present civilization is doomed. Now the restoration of the international fabric is brought within bounds of possibility by the proposed League of Free Nations. There has been much discussion as to whether its establishment should be given priority over other matters, or be relegated to the background, to be taken up after territorial claims and financial penalties have been adjusted. Such postponement, however, was promptly seen to imply that the League of Nations would be dealt with perfunctorily, half-heartedly, and skeptically. At best it would be a vague union, valuable chiefly as a preliminary sketch of what good intentions might accomplish if backed by an authority that would in all probability be lacking. At worst it would be a holy alliance designed to ensure the permanence of such arrangements, territorial and commercial, as the dominant powers might impose. Only if the establishment of the League of Nations be given priority is there much chance of its becoming an effective power in the world. Those who regard the League as the primary object of the conference will probably not have the strength to secure this priority of consideration, but the territorial and commercial questions are so complicated and difficult that it may prove that the sponsors of this or that claim or policy may be driven to support the priority of the League as the only possible means of securing progress. It is coming to be perceived that only by renunciation is any political settlement of the world possible. The Central Powers have already been notified pretty clearly of the sacrifices expected of them. The finger of the world is pointed at grasping Italy. Poland, Romania, and the new Slavic states will be called upon to modify their demands. Nothing would advance the settlement so much as the inclusion of Ireland, Egypt, India, and the Philippines under the formula of self-determination. Now the League, truly conceived, represents essentially just this idea of renunciation. It undertakes to ensure that sacrifice of sovereignty or possession shall not mean loss of safety or prosperity. It is evident that the League, if it were already in existence, would simplify enormously the problems of settlement by providing machinery and safeguards for their solution. It is therefore possible that the urgent need will result in the creation of the instrument, and it is further possible that through the League such a system of political and commercial readjustments throughout the world may be reached that the social question may be kept in the background and left to be answered by the nations individually under the aegis of self-determination. The connection between the social situation and political policy in the minds of the diplomats who compose the conference is obvious. It is the pressure of social unrest that is impelling certain nations to demand the uttermost fruits of victory in territory and indemnity. But only the blindest fail to see that extreme demands enforced against one nation will make that nation a home for the anarchy, which is a menace to all. and only the dullest imagine that the people of any nation will support the strain of continued preparedness for a war made inevitable by a peace of conquest. To put it plainly, the fundamental necessity for a better world is a great sacrifice of the instinct for possession. If the Peace Conference can arrange a plan under which this sacrifice is made primarily by the existing nations, through a generous arrangement of their political and commercial relations, then we may look with some confidence toward a relatively peaceful social readjustment within their borders. But if this plan fails, if the predatory instincts sway the conference to concern itself chiefly with demands for territory, indemnity, and commercial privilege on the part of the victors, then indeed the rulers of the world will have proved once more their unfitness, and this time the people cannot be deceived. It will then be certain that no beneficent world order can come out of societies which are based on the possessive instincts of mankind. To deny priority to the League is to grant it to revolution. The choice is before the conference: a peace of generosity, self-denial, and goodwill, or anarchy. End of section 7. Section 8 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The program of the New School for Social Research marks two departures from the conventional academic attitude toward the social sciences. One is the direction of realism in education, in application of principles as old as Comenius. The object of the school will be to give properly qualified and earnest men and women, whether they have had an academic education or not, an opportunity to carry on serious and profitable advanced research in the fields of government and social organization. Here they may not only study the actual conditions and follow the changes which are constantly taking place in our dynamic society, but they will be enabled to see our present difficulties in the light of scientific, philosophic, and historical knowledge. Hitherto there has commonly been a fatal gap between so-called theory and practice. It is the chief business of the New School to bridge this gap, for all intelligent practice is based on theory, and all theories that are calculated to aid reform are nothing but broad and critical ways of viewing practice. The other is in the direction of simplifying academic machinery and releasing both students and teachers from the regimentation which is the basis of academic organization and hierarchy. Of the students, the program has this to say: the regular students will be presumed to be in the school to carry on, each for himself, his own chosen work with the help of the men and books which are put at his disposal. In every case, each of them will have his special line of outside investigation into the social and economic and political phenomena of the world in which we live. This line he will be pursuing, regardless of terms and lectures, with such persistence as his energy permits. Informal discussion, reading, individual pondering, and above all a constant anxiety to get a first-hand acquaintance with what is actually going on, will be the main ambitions of this new school. There will be no ordinary examinations, no system of accountancy which enables the indifferent student to accumulate academic credit bit by bit. The only credit possible will be the willingness of the instructors to express approval of the student's ability, achievements, and promise. And of the teachers, it is hoped that no inferiority complex will be formed among the younger members, who in many institutions feel themselves hopelessly subordinated to men who have passed the state of active readjustment. There will be no academic ranks or hierarchy, except the distinctions, in no way invidious, between the regular staff, upon whom the conduct of the school will devolve, the temporary assistants or apprentices, and the lecturers from the outside, who will be appointed for a term only. There is a third departure, implicit though not formally expressed in the present announcement. It is obviously the intention of the founders to emancipate the New School for Research from any dependence upon capitalistic interests which have been assumed to influence social and economic teaching in American colleges. In this respect, it may be regarded as a movement in the direction of dissent, nonconformity, congregationalism, similar to that which marks the decline of established churches, and is a prelude to their disestablishment. By the disestablishment of a church, Irish, Welsh, Anglican, or Gallican, is understood not only the exclusion of its clergy from official sanction, but, more important, the separation of the institution from endowments, official revenue, and patronage. The disestablishment of university education in the United States may scarcely be prophesied by the appearance of the new school as a sort of free kirk outside the jurisdiction of the synod. Nevertheless, it is a sign of the times which may become a portent. The school opens February 1st at 465 West 23rd Street. The presence among the teachers of Professors Veblen, Beard, J. H. Robinson, W. C. Mitchell, and others will indicate to readers of the Dial the character and value of the instruction offered. The Dial greets the new school with cordial good wishes. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The campaign of the American Committee for Armenian and Syrian Relief, which will last the week of January 12th to 19th, should enlist the sympathy of everyone. Millions of Armenians, Greeks, Syrians, and Persians were deprived of all their possessions and of the very means of life in 1915, when they were deported and massacred by the Turks. Nearly 4 millions of these people have survived, struggling into precarious safety in Syria, Mesopotamia, and the Russian Caucasus. Here for months past they have been utterly dependent on the charity of strangers. To all their miseries, the final overwhelming sorrow of family separation has often been added. Indeed, the marvel is that any remnant has survived, that any refugees, after years of wandering and torment, staggered, starving, and half-naked, into any sphere of help. These pathetic beings, alien in race, religion, and sympathies to the government under which they have lived for centuries, make an especially immediate appeal. For the chaos of the Near East has for so long been everybody's business that it runs the risk of soon becoming nobody's business. It should be a point of honor with America that we will not allow these people to perish, and fortunately the American Committee does not contemplate mere charity. To feed the hungry and clothe the naked is only the beginning. The Commission intends to examine causes and, so far as possible, devise preventative work for the future. The American expedition will include trained nurses, doctors, expert mechanics, sanitary engineers, agriculturalists, orphan superintendents, and teachers. Yet important as this work is, it must be financed entirely by voluntary subscription. We are offered a practical opportunity to show what esprit de corps among nations means. For whatever the foundation of the future League of Nations, it must rest for its last security upon the spiritual sanction of fellowship and human pity for unmerited suffering. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Since its last issue, the Dial has received many communications in confirmation of its demand for the release of political prisoners, including conscientious objectors. It is possible to publish only one of these, the admirably reasoned statement of the problems of conscience and martyrdom in war, which appears on page 93. The facts in regard to the treatment of conscientious objectors are now appearing in the press, notably in the New York World. They bear out the conclusion that American soldiers can be guilty of atrocities no less mad than those attributed to their enemies, and further establish the impotence of a well-intentioned Secretary of War to deal with his subordinates committing them. His original order discharging 3 officers was withdrawn because they were in the regular army and could not be dismissed without trial, and no charges have been brought. The release of conscientious objectors now in confinement, the punishment of men who tortured them, are responsibilities of the American people. They are a challenge to its chivalry, a test of its morale. End of section 10. Section 11 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The government is left by the conclusion of the war in possession of immense stores of munitions of all kinds, including vast quantities of explosives and poison gas. Some of this material can be converted to peaceful uses. For example, the Department of Agriculture is said to have a use for the 80 million unexploded pounds of TNT. If the expected revision of the rules of war takes place, poison gas may be outlawed in future, along with submarines, and the only problem will be to set free the accumulation of this substance without injury to animal or vegetable life. There are other products of our feverish period of preparation, spiritual instead of material, but no less explosive and poisonous because intangible. In order to bring the nation to a maximum of efficiency for war, it was thought necessary to develop a large quantity of hate for our enemies. The systematic production of this force was undertaken by newspapers and magazines, by moving picture houses and patriotic societies, by schools and churches. It was frequently remarked that hate seemed of little use at the front, but throughout the population at large it was regarded as a valuable aid in preparing for the draft, in selling bonds, in maintaining morale in general. So much so, in fact, that persons who objected on grounds of national self-respect to the production of hate through the invention of atrocity stories were informed that they were interfering with the success of their country at war, much as if they had opposed the floating of its loans or the drafting of its soldiers. Even during the war, the hate generated for use against our enemies produced untoward results, like the explosion of ammunition at Black Tom in Halifax. More than once the President raised his chiding voice to rebuke those enthusiastic spirits whose hate for Germany would not permit them to grant a legal trial to Americans who hate it less than they. But now that the war is over, and our object is no longer victory but peace, it is clear that the presence of this commodity is likely seriously to embarrass us. It undoubtedly embarrassed the President at the moment when the Germans requested an armistice. Our hatred demanded unconditional surrender, a march to Berlin, the laying waste of German territory to an extent equal to the devastated regions of France and Belgium. It forced the President to adopt a tone which diminished the chance that the new German government could hold its footing between Junkers and radicals, and even so it supported the indictment brought against him by Roosevelt and Lodge. President Wilson was called pro-German in the Senate of the United States and repudiated at the polls. In the 10 weeks that have elapsed since the armistice was signed, this hatred has made it impossible for the leaders of opinion in this country to formulate any consistent or dignified policy toward our late enemies. But already there are frequent signs that astute and far-seeing journalists are beginning to realize that hate, however essential in war, is dangerous to the peace of mutual self-interest, the structure of which is being so painfully laid, that the explosives and poisonous gas must somehow be drawn off or neutralized. The gingerly way in which they approach their task is evidence of their wholesome fear of being blown up. For instance, Mr. Grasty in the New York Times reminds us that with all of the barbarism of Germans in the war, they have certain qualities: order, discipline, thoroughness. Because we justly despise the Germans for their brutality and militarism, is no reason why the Allies, as victors in the war, should not employ the German qualities to stabilize Central Europe. The New York Evening Post is equally guarded. We do not love the Germans, but we recall that they owe the victims of Germany's onslaught on civilization billions of money. The sooner they straighten out their affairs and get to work, the sooner they will be able to pay. Self-interest, that is undoubtedly the best neutralizing agent for poisonous hate. But a large portion of our hatred is undoubtedly too recalcitrant to yield to this treatment. It can doubtless be resolved by signal penalties inflicted on those who can be held personally responsible for the war. Perhaps no statesman believes that such personal punishment has the slightest relation to the aims for which the war was fought, and yet all agree in the utility of such punishment as means of satisfying the hatred of their peoples. It might be well for the world if the Kaiser could thus become the scapegoat, if he could be miraculously preserved to suffer the tortures invented for him by imaginative ladies over their knitting. Failing this, it is to be feared that no little residue of hate will remain a constituent of our national atmosphere. Deprived of its original destination, it is already being directed elsewhere by able manipulators. Months ago, prudent men began to turn hatred for Germany against the Bolsheviki of Russia, and those who in this country asked a hearing for them. Other unpopular groups readily suggest themselves as likely to become the residuary legatees of the superfluous hatred left by the war: the Nonpartisan League, the IWW, the Oriental, the Negro. Now these groups and the questions which they raise are precisely those which, in the interests of our own social well-being, as well as that of countless millions of our fellow men, should be treated honestly, dispassionately, generously. They remind us that the demobilization of hate should be the immediate object of those who have the civic as well as the spiritual welfare of the country at heart. It may be hoped that some effort in this direction will be initiated, now that the war is over, by that class who believe and teach that their Lord came to earth and said, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you." End of section 11. Section 12 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Russian problem is not the only one affecting Asia, which will come before the peace conference. In the long run, the peace of the world may depend even more upon China than upon Russia. No one in his senses, even though some of the French have parted temporarily with theirs, believes that Russia can permanently be governed from outside itself. Disorganization in China is almost as great as in Russia, and China never has been a great power. In other words, it is one of the countries that has been regarded as the happy hunting grounds for the great powers. Few realize how far the parceling out has gone, or the extent to which the path from the open door leads into secret and blind alleys of foreign exploitation. Superficially, the report, which is probably authentic, seems reassuring that China and Japan have agreed upon the policy to be pursued by China at the conference. When this report is backed by semi-official news that Tsingtao will be returned by Japan to China, the omens seem most propitious. All the more disquieting, then, are the rumors coming from the Far East that Japan has exercised tremendous pressure, diplomatic and financial, upon China to determine the peace conference program of the latter. It is even said that some demands are included only because they are sure of rejection, and Japan can then make the better claim to be China's real friend. Others are said to be more in the interest of Japan than of China. One circumstantial story goes so far as to say that one of the Chinese delegates was detained in Tokyo to make him sign a promise that certain questions would not be raised by China at Paris. This, even though it is stated that Japanese pressure had already controlled the selection of Chinese delegates. These rumors come from the foreign settlements in Peking. They are ex parte and partisan, but they follow upon reports of activities of Japan and China during the war that are most sinister. Wholesale opium smuggling with government connivance is the most unpleasant, but not the most serious of these tales. They are to the effect that Japan has subsidized the militarists of the North in order to keep China weak and divided, that all sorts of loans have been made merely to involve China hopelessly, that bribery is regularly resorted to in order to get concessions of railways, mines, and forests, that the famous or infamous demands of the 21 points have been withdrawn only because the Japanese faction, which is now uppermost, believes that the conquest of China can be effected better by economic means than by military. These reports are not proved, but also they are not put in circulation by mere irresponsible parties. The concentration of interest upon Europe has cooperated with the censorship to keep all of us ignorant of the vast conflict of factions and interests going on in China. The rumors, even if not adequately authenticated, are worth setting down. They, as well as the facts behind them, declare the necessity for the League of Nations. They make apparent even more what kind of league it should be. Only some permanent body having scientific experts constantly in its service can ascertain the facts. Only such a body can command attention and belief for its reports. Only such a body can investigate and report without exciting all sorts of nationalistic suspicions and hatreds, and without itself becoming an instrumentality of intrigue. Secret diplomacy is not limited to treaties. Our whole international life goes on in secrecy. It is this secrecy which allows rumors to flourish which are abominable if they are false, because they carry the seeds of distrust and war. It is secrecy which permits the abominable events to occur if the rumors turn out to be justified. Only an international agency can introduce real publicity based on knowledge of facts into the situation. The need is most crying when colonies, backward regions, spheres of influence in Siberia and China are in question. End of section 12. Section 13 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The actual outcome of the recent decisions of the Peace Conference is a remarkable, if to a great extent unconscious, disappearance of the prerogatives of state sovereignty in the old-fashioned sense. This is especially true of smaller nations, for what is happening in Paris in the field of diplomacy is much like what has happened for some time past in the field of industry, consolidation and amalgamation, the big interests becoming bigger and the smaller smaller. The real importance of these incidents lies in their illustration of a fundamental difficulty facing a League of Nations in which the smaller powers, theoretically equal before the law, exactly as all private citizens are theoretically equal before it within any civilized state, are from an economic and industrial point of view practically impotent and dependent upon the crumbs of favors of the great powers. Just as small competing businesses have been, in this era of large-scale corporations, to a great extent eliminated, so are the smaller nations coming to count less and less in the more extensive decisions of world policy of trade, finance, commerce, and industry. The truth is, sovereignty in the old-fashioned nationalistic sense has become a misnomer, except for the great powers, and even with them it is rapidly becoming a tenuous and fragile possession. However much Republican senators rage against a League of Nations, nations are no longer sufficient unto themselves. No matter how adequate and flexible a system of representation is devised for individual countries within the framework of a League of Nations, what will really determine decisions of world polity will be the interplay of economic and industrial forces bigger than national boundaries. The groupings will be a type necessarily different from that in the old days when nations were self-sufficient and self-supporting blocks, with a numerical weight of men who could take up arms. What we are witnessing is the passing of the old order of national irresponsible sovereignty, and there are few left today to weep over its expected demise. End of section 13. Section 14 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Why are the Americans and French governments so interested in supporting the Paderewski faction in Poland? Aside from the sinister financial cliques in both countries, which are frankly desirous of a reactionary Poland as a buffer state between an imperialistic Germany on the one hand, and a Bolshevik Russia on the other, there are reasons more or less inherent in the genius and national temperament of both France and America, which make the phenomenon explicable. How many people in this country showed any concern when our official government in Washington failed to interfere with the creation here in America of a Polish expeditionary force, which was frankly a partisan army? Very few. Since our muckraking days, we have accepted with magnificent unconcern the presence in our country of what we aptly term an invisible government. We appear to have carried over this domestic conception into our ideas about foreign policy. It never seems to occur to us that Poland may someday vigorously resent the entrance of an expeditionary force carrying the United States flag, yet without the sanction of the official American government with which Poland must ultimately deal. It is evident that Paderewski and his expeditionary force decided that the people of Poland, like the people of this country, would submit gracefully to the imposition of a particular government which, in our own parlance, has the goods. French diplomatists, with their penchant for intrigue and with their natural inability to believe that a moderate such as that of General Pilsudski could possibly succeed in creating a strong nation, seem equally determined to make a mockery of the principle of self-determination, which we have apotheosized with so much rhetoric. They are backing the Paderewski faction for all they are worth, utterly indifferent to the fact that the majority of the plain people of Poland have shown no interest and no affection for that faction. Our genius for an invisible government and the French genius for intrigue seem to have combined successfully to wreck the prospects of a united Poland. Only one remedy for this destruction of the fundamental principle of the League of Nations remains: to see that the representatives of Poland, which represent the wishes of the Polish people, and not interested cliques in Paris, are admitted to the Peace Conference as accredited delegates. End of section 14. Section 15 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One of the noisome byproducts of the recent war is the espionage habit. During the past year, it has not been unusual to see in the press editorial notices, "Call number," followed by adjurations to report to the Department of Justice words and deeds which might be interpreted as showing hostility or even lack of sympathy toward the American part in the war. The Department of Justice and the American Protective League have prided themselves on the sheer number of cases so reported, however trivial or malicious the grounds. It was useless to point out that by encouraging the espionage habit, we are fixing on our people one of the worst vices of the Prussian police system. The temptation to the active exercise of patriotism was too strong, and men and women accepted the suggestion to become spies and informers who, in saner moments, would have spurned the idea. How strongly this espionage habit has been fastened on the country, even in the brief period of its exercise, is shown by the novel activity of the United States Senate. This body has recently emitted 2 lists of persons whom it desires to brand with pro-Germanism or pacifism. The constitution of the list shows by what methods of irresponsible tattle and gossip they have been made up. In this respect, they form an accurate mirror of the mind of the country under the influence of the espionage habit. And it is because the country at large so well understood the propensities which produced them that it dismissed the incidents with a humor which was touched with shame. The repudiation of responsibility by Secretary Baker for the War Department represents the better mind of the whole country toward practices which lower the prestige of the government and degrade the name of justice. In his words, the list of infamy becomes one of glory. In the particular list accredited to Mr. Stevenson, there are names of people of great distinction, exalted purity of purpose, and lifelong devotion to the highest interests of America and of mankind. Miss Jane Addams, for instance, lends dignity and greatness to any list in which her name appears. End of section 15. Section 16 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. National prohibition may have been dictated by political, social, moral, and economic considerations, overwhelming in their combination. At the same time, it would be folly to deny that the gain in the easier functioning of world machinery has involved some losses. Morally, for example, the curse of strong drink is one of the primitive enemies that have beset mankind, like the forces of nature itself, and the struggle against it has called into existence individual qualities of initiative, energy, persistence, and adroitness, which now, it is to be feared, will be diverted from the assault against demon rum to an alliance enabling him to make a diminished stand against extinction. The moral life as affected by alcohol will be so thoroughly guarded by state control that all the lure of adventure and the chivalry of the lost cause will pass to the other side. No less will there be occasion to mark the loss to civilization through the banishment of one of the elements of culture, an element, be it noted, that alone saves one of the five senses for the higher uses of life. That which distinguishes the nobler from the baser senses is doubtless their capacity for refinement, for being educated to keenness of perception and discrimination. Now, wine, it is fair to say, is the only medium capable of affording this training and refinement to the sense of taste. It is true that there is tea, which fulfills the same function for the Oriental, and one recalls the story of a forest ranger who could distinguish among 11 morsels of venison the part of the animal from which each was taken. But in the long run it is only alcohol that appeals to the taste of the Occidental in sufficiently exciting form to constitute a motive and an end to intensive cultivation. And this culture has its phases, pure, ornate, grotesque. The taste of the amateur of vintage wines represents the classical phase. The morbid fantasy of the connoisseur of liqueurs and the inventor of post cafés marks the grotesque. It was the hero of A. Rebours who invented for himself an organ of which the notes were liqueurs to be discharged in drops against his palate like musical notes against his eardrums, and from which he drew palatial symphonies, pastoral and military, humorous, passionate, pathetic. This may represent a degree of organization of the sense of taste unthinkable to the ordinary mind, but the reinforcement of other senses, especially hearing, afforded by that of taste, is within the experience of all of us. There is a divine congruity between Mozart's symphonies and thin, clear Moselle wine. Beethoven takes on a lambent glow in conjunction with Burgundy, and the degustation of Wagner is powerfully aided by Munich beer. The direct contribution of wine to artistic composition, especially to poetry, need not be dwelt upon. From Anacreon to W. E. Henley, wine has been one of the Catholic sources of inspiration to the poetry of pleasure. But this is, after all, an ancillary service. The highest value of the alcoholic beverage to our civilized life is in the possibility of raising a whole sense from its lowliest position as a source of crude pleasure to a function of high discrimination and critical penetration. In short, to a rank with the senses which furnish the basis of the fine arts and the material of culture. End of section 16. Section 17 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What is in the background of contemporary French foreign policy, which on the surface appears nationalistic, jusqu'au boutiste, and even imperialistic? It is considerably easier to be harsh than to be comprehending. We should first try to understand as sympathetically as possible the basic French assumptions. French statesmen are not thinking of next year or the year after, but of the 20 and 30 years from now. And when they think of the future and the old historical concepts of the past, have they not legitimate grounds for uneasiness? Consider, France's population is almost stationary. Germany's is increasing at a rapid rate. The French frontier is long and comparatively unprotected. English and American troops cannot stay there forever as a defense. Large sections of their land itself have been devastated. Germany remains almost intact. The French debt is appalling, and without some sort of reparation they face bankruptcy. Can French statesmen be expected to forget that they won the war? The future belongs to the industrial and commercially strong, but France has been almost wrecked industrially, and she faces the attacks of a future keen and enterprising competitor. These are the unpalatable facts which frighten French statesmen. Their motto has naturally become safety first. They are trying to incorporate in the peace terms conditions which will hold Germany in check forever. Hence the reason for 4 cardinal policies, which if carried out literally will destroy any chances for a real League of Nations. First, the strengthening of the reactionary parties in Poland in the belief that a strong nationalistic Poland will act as a buffer against any German ambitions in the East. Second, the encouragement of extravagant Czechoslovak claims for the same reason. Third, hostility to the incorporation of German Austria with Germany, irrespective of the wishes of the people, because the prospect of a greater Germany appalls France. Fourth, the annexation of the Saar Valley, because such an annexation will weaken Germany permanently. All these policies, exactly as the Russian and indemnity policies, spring from this basic conviction that France must be protected. It is understandable, but it is folly. Surely the French statesmen must learn one fundamental lesson from the history which they read so assiduously, the lesson that guarantees which are based on force and not on justice are in the long run worth precisely nothing. Worse, ultimately such guarantees provoke reprisals, the cost of which is greater than any benefits accruing from the original guarantees. The worst possible misfortune that could befall France today is that the policies now advocated by French statesmen should secede. France is helpless, and her future hopeless if today she sets the stage for a future war of revenge. She cannot endure another war like the present. She cannot be confident that she will have the same allies, whatever may be the accord among them today. She would in all likelihood emerge from it shattered and broken. France's real protection lies in the international guarantees of an effective League of Nations. For most other nations, the League offers the possibility of avoiding the waste and expense of future wars. But for France, quite literally, the League offers her only opportunity for any considerable nationalistic survival. It is pathetic that the one great nation most in need of the League should today, through whatever mistaken human motives, be most skeptical of its value. End of section 17. Section 18 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Experience has amply shown that to treat the political prisoner like the common criminal does not deprive him of the sympathies of those who agree with him politically, but may rather endear him further to them and, at any rate, serve to embitter their feelings and stimulate them to unlawful reprisals. So wrote James Bryce some 30 years ago. And on the whole, Europe has learned the lesson of experience. When the Dublin leaders in the Sinn Féin rebellion were confined, they were treated as political prisoners, and the English government has granted amnesty to most of these Irishmen, although in many cases the charge was active rebellion and homicide. When Hervé was imprisoned in France, he was placed in a separate prison for political prisoners, as Caillot is today. He was allowed to write articles and continue his position as editor of a French journal. In Italy, the status of the political prisoner is fully recognized. Moreover, the Italians have their own peculiar method of liberating such offenders. When Cipriani was imprisoned in 1892, the Italian people elected him to Parliament, and the government was forced to free him. Likewise, in 1894, Dr. Nicola Barbato, tried for treason and serving a 30-year sentence, was elected to Parliament and released from prison in 18 months. During the present war, most European governments have shown a wisdom and moderation in their handling of the political prisoner, which put to shame our own barbaric and savage treatment of anyone who disagrees with the majority view of the moment. For example, no European government has sentenced a political offender for more than 5 years. Pericat, called the Bill Haywood of France, was sentenced to 5 years, and he has been released since the armistice, along with 60 other such offenders. Menotti Serrati, editor of Levante, who in June 1917 led the riots of Torino, which lasted 7 days, was tried by a military tribunal and given only 3 years. Furthermore, Italy has repealed the Decreto Sacchi, a law imposing a 2-year sentence on socialists who urged refusal to pay taxes. And all persons imprisoned under the law have been freed, and those under indictment dismissed. In England, members of all parties, conservative as well as radical, are demanding a general amnesty for political prisoners, and among the signers of the petition are such men as Viscount Bryce, Viscount Morley, and Arthur Henderson. The contrast between European and American treatment of political prisoners is too humiliating to need emphasis. But there is one aspect of the matter that we are inclined to overlook. If public opinion in this country is so sluggish or so intimidated as to remain indifferent concerning the more than 2,000 political prisoners now in our jails, European public opinion will not. Unless we soon revert to our traditional regard for freedom of conscience, European liberals may well be moved to form a protest committee similar to the British Protest Committee of 1913, who, by a year of aggressive propaganda, succeeded in securing a general amnesty for Portugal's political prisoners, among them many syndicalists and socialists. When John Maclean was released from Peterhead Prison, he wrote a letter to President Wilson, in which he said, "The working-class democracy of Britain forced the Cabinet to release me from Peterhead Prison, where I was undergoing a 5-year sentence under the DORA. You are in Europe to negotiate a democratic peace. As a Democrat, if so, I wish you to prove your sincerity by releasing Tom Mooney, Billings, Debs, Haywood, and all the others at present in prison as a consequence of their fight for working-class democracy. The Clyde workers will send me as one of their delegates to the coming peace conference, and there, inside and out the conference hall, I shall challenge your USA delegates, if my friends are not released. After that, I shall tour America until you do justice to the real American champions of democracy. Will it not be ironical justice if we find ourselves viewed by Europe with the same pitying regard that we so lately held for the German people?" End of section 18. Section 19 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Confirmation of the worst suspicions as to the political futility and military failure of the ill-starred Allied expedition to North Russia has been given in striking manner by the correspondent of the Chicago Tribune in a cable dispatch from Vard, Norway, dated February 1, 1919. The correspondent explains why he is sending his dispatch from Norway in vigorous and bitter terms. "I've come out of Russia to write this. The censorship that has crawled back into its hole in most of the world still wears the iron heel of war days in the North. The American public has been fed pretty stories of the gentle glories of this Help Russia expedition, but the facts are that a mess has been stewed and has been kept for the cooks themselves. The principal counts in the indictment, according to this observer, are that it has failed to inspire confidence and loyalty, that in the minds of the soldiers the expedition has become a mere fighting job to collect Russia's debt to Europe, that the original commanders turned out to be neither diplomats nor soldiers, that there is no enthusiasm even among the intelligent Russians in the North to assist the Allies and fight the Bolsheviki, that the beautiful faith of the Russians in America is breaking under the manhandling by our forces under the foreign command. As an example of manhandling by our troops, the correspondent cites the instance of a purely political strike of protest by the working men of Archangel, where our men, always under foreign command, were used for the manning of the streetcars, in a word, as strike-breakers. It is not a pretty report which the Tribune's correspondent gives, but there is no reason to doubt its authenticity. He supplies a wealth of detail about the war weariness of the Allied soldiers, and about the utter destruction of their faith in the good intentions of the expedition. The men were led to believe that they were to be used solely to police the city. They actually found that they were sent hundreds of miles inland on foolish and wasteful offensives, which resulted only in retreats and loss of men. They were led to believe that they were to protect supplies from the Germans. They found no supplies and no Germans to protect them from. They were led to believe that they would be welcomed by the loyal Russians. They found that they were met with distrust, and that most of the natives, frankly, preferred the tyranny of Moscow to the tyranny of foreign bayonets. In fact, the entire dispatch gives irrefutable proof of the truth for which the Dial has long been contending, that the whole Archangel adventure is a disgraceful and imperialistic bit of brigandish in which the employment of American troops is humiliating and shameful. There is evidence that the Paris Conference has decided definitively to withdraw Allied troops from Russia, recognizing the military futility of the whole expedition, and the quicker we get out of Russia, the better the Russians will like it. End of section 19. Section 20 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The country has been waiting for months for the opinion of the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of the Espionage Act. The reason why the opinion is delayed is that each time a case is about to reach the court on appeal, the Department of Justice confesses error or requests postponement. This has happened often enough to raise the question whether the department is itself confident of the constitutionality of the act under which it has imprisoned hundreds of men and women. There is no question of the terrific blow to the prestige of the government in general, and of this administration in particular, which the discovery of the unconstitutionality of the act would deal. The act was passed under the lash and spur of the President. His Department of Justice has enforced it with ruthlessness. The discovery that men and women now undergoing confinement in loathsome prisons for terms of 10 to 30 years have been deprived of their freedom without due and proper process of law will fill up the measure of indignation and contempt which will be meted out to those responsible for a shameful miscarriage of justice. This possibility is another reason for insisting on the repeal of the act and the immediate pardon of those suffering under it. Senator France of Maryland, one of the few brave senators who voted against the act on its original introduction, has introduced a bill for its repeal. It will be passed if the public demands it. End of section 20. Section 21 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It will be agreed that President Wilson's choice of representatives to meet the Bolsheviki was a happy one. In Professor Heron, Mr. Wilson found a delegate who speaks, or at least understands, the economic language of the people whom he is sent to meet. The other delegate, Mr. William A. White of Kansas, can be trusted as can few Americans, not to make a fool of himself or his country. His reported interview on his appointment contains sound sense on the Russian situation. It reminds one of the words of Gamaliel when the Jews were in doubt what to do with the Bolsheviki of Jerusalem. Said Gamaliel, "Ye men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what ye intend to do as touching these men. Refrain from these men, and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it, lest haply ye be found to fight against God." The Jews took his advice, and, like an American mob, when they had beaten up the apostles, they let them go. End of section 21. Section 22 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dial apologizes to Mr. Gerard de Maurier for the inadvertence of a contributor who, in its issue of January 25th, made him responsible for the play An Englishman's Home. The author, of course, was Major Guy de Maurier, the actor-manager's brother, who was killed in 1914. End of section 22. Section 23 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The routine cause for deportation cited against agitators is that of advocating the overthrow of the American government by force. This is notably the case with the 60-odd IWWs and others awaiting the pleasure of the immigration authorities at Ellis Island. Of course, that section of the amendment to the Immigration Act which makes advocacy of the overthrow of this government by force grounds for the deportation of an alien is justifiable, although we should like to point out that the definition of what constitutes advocacy of the overthrow of this government by force is so vague that the pleaders for that mild degree of sabotage which is known as striking on the job are considered to come within the law's provisions. But the amendment to the Immigration Act goes much further. It specifically states that advocacy of the overthrow by force of any government whatsoever shall be considered grounds for the deportation of any alien. Now, to include this provision within the scope of the amendment is manifestly to make the law ridiculous, or, as is more plausibly the case, to make it just an instrument of indiscriminate coercion. Consider some of the absurd implications. The Friends of Russian Freedom, who before the war included some of our most upright and humanitarian leaders, would be liable to deportation under this act, provided, of course, that they lacked American citizenship papers. A political refugee from Siberia who came to this country to preach the evils of Tsarism and the necessity for a cleansing revolution in Russia would have been sent back to the Tsar's hangman. Before our beneficent war for democracy had robbed us of our most elementary conceptions of political asylum and freedom of speech, such a law could never have passed even a Senate Judiciary Committee. It would have been repugnant to those traditions of liberty which used to be dear to most Americans. We had always prided ourselves on the fact that our shores bounded a safe refuge for the persecuted of other lands. Certainly we cannot do so any longer. Yet it is the demonstrable hypocrisy of the recent law which makes it a stench in the nostrils of all decent men. Suppose that something like the present Soviet government in Russia should come to be officially recognized. Would the alien agitators from Russia now in this country advocating the overthrow of that government by force, and part of that force our own soldiers, be deported to Russia if they continued in the strain of the recent advertisements in our daily papers? Another instance. Who of us cannot today arise in a public meeting and denounce the British government in Ireland to his heart's content, and end by advocating its overthrow by force? It would be a violation of the law, but it would be a violation very unlikely to be brought to a grand jury's attention, unless, of course, we were a dangerous labor agitator. And even then the local district attorney would be likely to be easy. Why? Well, the Irish have a big vote in this country. They dominate many political machines. They have the sympathy of a large and powerful section of American organized labor. In other words, so long as an agitator against a foreign government is respectable, so long as he has any political backing in this country, so long as he is not mixed up with any radical wing of the labor movement, he can agitate against a foreign government as vigorously as he pleases. It is only the weak and the unprotected who have to fear deportation. If, for example, the Hindus recently scheduled for deportation had an influence on American political life commensurate with the Irish, who of us would be so naive as to imagine that they would now be awaiting the pleasure of the immigration authorities? We cite these pitiful cases last for not only do they illustrate the manifest hypocrisy of the law, but also how far we have wandered from our former proud estate of political asylum. We stand ready today to deport Hindus who advocate the overthrow of the British government in India by force. Indeed, we have already actually deported some of them, blind or indifferent to the fact that such deportation for a Hindu nationalist usually means execution by the British authorities. As long as any government, however corrupt or tyrannical or vicious, is formally recognized, refugees have not the right in the United States to advocate their overthrow by force of that government. We do not, of course, say or even mean to imply that the government of India under British rule is either corrupt or tyrannical or vicious, but we do say that even 10 years ago it would never have occurred to us to deny a Hindu refugee the right to say exactly that if he thought it was true. End of section 23. Section 24 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We are receiving frequent reminders of the fact that the Russian Revolution is of the classic type established by France, not of the romantic or eccentric school current in the Western Hemisphere. One of the notes of classic revolution is its propulsion by energy derived from internal combustion. In France, the States General was burned to heat the fires of the Legislative Assembly, and that in turn was consumed to set in motion the Convention, which again was sacrificed to the Committee of Public Safety. Vergniaud fell before Danton, and Danton before Robespierre, as Lvov fell before Kerensky, and Kerensky before Lenin. But those who are curious enough to inquire into the physics of revolution are aware that this internal energy, which becomes explosive, is in the main generated under pressure from without. How far the French Revolution overshot its original mark because of the intervention of Prussia and Austria is a matter of history, and the accession of England to the Allies made certain the reign of terror. This is the great tragedy in the annals of revolution, the way in which the good cause is maneuvered by skillful opposition into excess and self-destruction. Mr. F.C. Howe has expressed the opinion that the modern world took a fatally wrong turn when England suppressed her early sympathy with the French Revolution, and under the spell of Burke's declamation, joined the ranks of the repressors. In this respect also it is easy to see the parallel between the situation of France and that of Russia, between the Allies of 1794 and those of 1919. The French Revolution, like the Russian, was acclaimed in Europe, particularly in England, as a forward step in the march of humanity toward freedom. Fox had the courage to stand out for the admission of the revolutionary state to the family of European nations. We can imagine him saying in an old-fashioned way that the treatment accorded to France by her sister nations was the acid test of their goodwill and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. But sympathy with France found no effect in action, while reprobation showed itself in hostility. Foreign intervention by intrigue and arms stung the revolution into the terror, and its leaders became outcast and accursed of mankind. So with the Russian Revolution. It is one of the ironies of history that Mr. Lloyd George's proposal to admit Russian delegates to the peace conference should be answered by France in the words of M. P. Shawn, which, as given in the New York Times, might have been quoted from Burke on a regicide peace. The criminal regime of the Bolsheviki, since it is supported solely by the lowest passions of anarchical oppression, in negation of all the principles of public and private right, cannot claim to be recognized as a regular government. The French government will make no contract with crime. War forced the French Revolution to reprisals, and the Republic became predatory. Even so, sympathy, especially in England, died slowly. Long after the English government had reconciled public opinion to war with France, Wordsworth hoped for the defeat of the Allies, of which his country was one. Then the Revolution brought forth a dictatorship. Democracy turned imperialistic. Napoleon became the warlord of Europe. and England complacently found herself the defender of the rights of nations, small and large. The tragedy was not that of France alone. It was England's. The unearned moral increment which accrued to England from having her worst cause turn out to be the better, by no virtue of her own, was one of the fruitful causes of that hypocrisy, self-righteousness, and cant which England's prophets, from Carlyle to Bernard Shaw, have denounced. It was to the soul of the nation what rent was to its political economy. It was poison. Nor will the present tragedy be Russia's alone. It will be that of the Allies, of America. End of section 24. Section 25 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The list of teachers dismissed or suspended from the New York public schools in consequence of difference of opinion from the majority has received a notable addition in the name of Benjamin Glassberg. Mr. Glassberg was furnished a textbook on current history, which he was told to teach with enthusiasm. This is apparently the book which makes such elaborate apology for the long-continued neutrality of the United States that the late Theodore Roosevelt requested that the record of his own contribution to the making of this particular part of history be deleted. Had Mr. Roosevelt been a teacher under the New York School Board, he would apparently have failed in enthusiasm at this point and been subject to the tender mercies of Dr. Tilsley. It was on the pages devoted to the Russian Revolution that Mr. Glassberg's enthusiasm seems to have flagged. At any rate, it was on the day when he confessed certain doubts as to the extent to which Lenin and Trotsky were German agents, and regretted that testimony in regard to the situation in Russia was suppressed, that 12 of his pupils, including the only 10 Gentiles in the class, were summoned to the principal's office to bear witness against him. Thereupon Mr. Glassberg was suspended without pay. 8 weeks have passed, and he is still under suspension, with no charges filed against him. At last accounts, the 12 witnesses were being subjected to continued examination by Principal Raynor, and recently Dr. Tilsley spent a day at the school collecting evidence. We cannot think so ill of the school board as to imagine that if Mr. Glassberg is ever tried, he will be found guilty of anything unbecoming a teacher. On his acquittal, perhaps he will be offered the terms presented to his predecessor in martyrdom, Mr. Pearlstein. Mr. Pearlstein was suspended without pay in January 1918, presumably for lack of sympathy with the war. After serving the United States government for a year in uniform, he is offered reinstatement without pay for the period of suspension. End of section 25. Section 26 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A second case of interference with the freedom of thought and expression is reported from the University of Montana. On February 7th, Chancellor E.C. Elliott suspended Professor Louis Levine from further duty as a member of the faculty for insubordination and for unprofessional conduct prejudicial to the welfare of the university. Professor Levine's offense consisted in publishing a monograph on the taxation of mines in Montana, which showed considerable discrepancy between property owned and share of taxes paid by the Anaconda Copper Company. According to Professor Levine, this investigation was undertaken with the consent of the Chancellor and on the understanding that the results should be published by the university. The book was presented to the Chancellor, who praised it but demurred to its publication by the institution. Later, the Chancellor advised, but did not order, that it be indefinitely withheld. Professor Levine, after submitting his work to Professor Siegelman of Columbia University and Professor Murray Hague, who vouched for its impartial scientific character, published it as a service to all the people of the state. The Chancellor accordingly suspended Professor Levine with the explanation, "This suspension will remain in force until the board is called to give its consideration to the case which involves the all-important questions as to whether the Chancellor's policy of insisting that university men shall not mix in legislative political controversies is a sound one for an institution created to serve fairly all the people of the state. We wonder which conception of public service, the teachers or the chancellors, the people of Montana will endorse. End of section 26. Section 27 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No secondary figure in English history is better stamped on the imagination of succeeding generations than that of George Jeffreys, the hanging judge who made his progress through the western counties after Monmouth's insurrection, putting in force the Espionage Act of those days. It was not the unfairness of his trials or the ferocity of his sentences alone which accounts for the bad eminence which Jeffreys has maintained. It was his brutal use of his position to bait the accused with bitter gibe and coarse abuse that has made him infamous. Nothing contributed more to the deep popular indignation which subverted the government in 1688 than the stories of Jeffreys' trials. If there are any lessons to be learned from history, this is one of them, that of the abuses of government. One that the people find it hardest to forgive is the cowardly and bullying judge who, safe on his bench, makes his sport out of the men and women who are entrusted to his conception of justice. In the records of trials in the last 2 years under the Espionage Act, more than one Jeffreys has been revealed among our federal judges. Among the many arguments in favor of immediate amnesty for political prisoners is this, that in so many cases the judges allowed themselves to bring their own good faith and impartiality into question by taking sides violently or mockingly against the defendants. The records of these trials are permanent. They remain as evidence in the case of the people versus the government. In order to protect the prestige of government, there has been defined the crime known as contempt of court, for which persons farthest removed from criminal have suffered severe penalties. It should be recognized that no contempt of court expressed from without is so dangerous as that of the court for itself, for its functions, and for the claims of justice which it is sworn to serve. Where the courts have in so many instances committed the crime of self-contempt, it is in their interest and that of the government whose prestige they uphold that we ask for amnesty for political prisoners. End of section 27. Section 28 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first test of the sincerity of the nations nominating themselves for the Executive Council of the League of Nations will be the peace terms offered to Germany and Austria. The terms of the armistice were severe, and their severity has been increased with each renewal. There is ground for a suspicion that President Wilson consented to them in order to smooth the way for the acceptance of the covenant. Now, however, the end of such diplomatic log-rolling is in sight. The covenant itself becomes void and the League of Nations a misnomer unless such terms are granted Germany and Austria as to make their joint participation possible. More than this, nothing is more certain than that the terms of revenge hitherto put forward by Clemenceau, Orlando, and Lloyd George will result in the downfall of the present moderately revolutionary government of Germany. Already the Junkers are merely biding their time. A treaty of ruin signed by Ebert will give them opportunity, and behind them stand the Spartacans, the Bolsheviki. The revolution in Bavaria was a dress rehearsal, a flash by a Junker to set into explosion the magazine of proletarian wrath. We must not forget that the Allies are responsible for Bolshevik Russia. These stupid intrigues with counter-revolutionaries, coupled with the demand for an immediate offensive, which President Wilson voiced none too happily in the summer of 1917, brought about the downfall of Kerensky. History now threatens to repeat itself. It inevitably does repeat itself in the hands of such elder statesmen as composed the Paris Conference, We have no doubt whatever that President Wilson knows perfectly this peculiarity of history and understands no less the character of the diplomats with whom he is dealing. The pregnant sentences near the close of his speech at Boston show that he is reading the handwriting on the wall for their benefit. They also show that he knows the remedy which the situation demands. Has he the courage to apply it? He has the foresight. So had Cassandra. End of section 28. Section 29 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The chief immediate value of the Covenant of the League of Nations is to serve as a basis of reconciliation upon which terms of peace may be based. That this is the view of the Covenant as it applies to the smaller nations is clear. It is expected that in its light the Poles and the Ruthenians, the Italians and the Yugoslavs, the Romanians and the Hungarians will be able to lay aside their traditional feuds and accept the law of peace. It is surprising to find great reluctance to accept this view as respects the larger antagonists and the fundamental quarrel of the World War. Indeed, it is clear that many defenders of the Covenant regard it as a means of perpetuating this quarrel and underwriting revenge. That this should be the view of such as ex-Senator Burton is perhaps to be expected, and not particularly to be regretted. But when we find it put forth in an article in support of the League appearing in the Outlook, and addressed to the semi-religious middle-class public whom that magazine serves, it is a cause for apprehension. Germany is not yet beaten, but just placed in a position where she can be beaten, and she must be kept there by an army of occupation until her ultimate defeat is assured. And again, Germany is still the enemy of the free nations of the world. All this shows that the Outlook is defending the Covenant under a complete misconception of its spirit and purpose. The League of Nations without Germany is no association in the sense in which President Wilson used the term in the last of his famous 14 articles. It is, on the contrary, a perpetuation of an alliance which will be faced at first by a single nation, as Europe by Prussia in 1806, then by a rival alliance, one which, in view of its exclusion from the world of international finance, will be what our press calls Bolshevik, and which will in consequence attract the administration of labor everywhere and be in a position to carry the class war into every country of the world. No, a League of Nations without Germany is the surest way of defeating the object of such a league. The great problem is indeed the making of a peace with Germany, by virtue of which she will recognize the Covenant as the child of President Wilson's idealism, and be eager to adopt and defend the faith. It should be said at once and with all solemnity that the terms of peace offered to Germany in connection with the Covenant are the last opportunity to re-establish the world on its old foundations. Already the treatment of Germany by the Allies has seriously compromised the situation. It may be said with truth that the bitterness, the legacy of hate, of the last 4 months is greater than that of the 4 years of war. On the one hand, the political and financial exigencies of the Allied statesmen have led to an intensification of the verbal campaign against Germany, with a consequent accretion of wrath among their peoples, and on the other, the severity of the armistice and the blockade has extended and increased the hardships of war conditions among the civil population of Germany, until it appears that one reason why Lloyd George urges the granting of food is that his army of occupation will not endure longer the sight of women and children dying of starvation. It should be remembered that the long years of hate and distrust between North and South that followed our own Civil War were the product of the so-called Reconstruction, rather than of the war itself. It will be so in this case unless full advantage is taken of the means of reconciliation afforded by the Treaty of Peace based on the Covenant. We quote the words of Norman Angell in his article in this issue of the Dial. The success of the League of Nations will depend less now upon the form of machinery which the Allies may devise than whether the spirit which must animate any successful league is imported into their actual policy towards the enemy during the next months. End of section 29. Section 30 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One of the chief obstacles in the way of a genuine and enduring peace with Germany, a peace of the spirit as well as of the flesh, is the unsatisfactory attitude of that country in the matter of repentance. Our press reminds us daily that at heart the Germans are as world-defying as ever. They are glum in the presence of our soldiers, and exhibit unbecoming joy at the return of their own, to whom they apply the term heroes as undiscriminatingly as we do to ours. What signs of remorse our experts in national conscience demand is difficult to discover. It has been suggested that the 93 professors publicly recant and withdraw their pronouncement, that the Ebert government publish a white book confessing Germany's responsibility for beginning the war, that the clergy lead their flocks in penance. None of these things will happen. If we are waiting for them as preliminary to peace with Germany, we shall not have that peace. In fact, it may be questioned whether modern history records a genuine case of national repentance. It is true that in times when the nation was a unit not far removed from a patriarchal society, it could doubtless feel as a single family in the presence of national sin and misfortune. There is no reason to doubt the psychological truth of the Old Testament accounts of the repentance of the Hebrew people under the scourge of their prophets. Again, in the city-states, Athens and Florence, it was possible for similar unity of feeling to take effect in great movements of civic emotion. But in a modern state, as in a modern corporation, the sense of responsibility is so diffused, the means of information so indirect and uncertain, that it is impossible to focus national feeling on anything so unpleasant as a conviction of sin. We know this from our own history. It is well established that the Spanish War was diplomatically avoidable, that President McKinley yielded to the popular bloodthirst excited by Roosevelt and Hearst. It may be thought that no subject of repentance is more compelling than a needless war. Yet has the United States or its body of citizens felt anything approaching regret for the bloodshed? It is equally well established that in setting up the Republic of Panama, we made a scrap of paper of a treaty with Colombia explicitly covering the subject of our aggression, and that if Colombia had resisted, we should have invaded her territory. Yet nothing is farther from our national conscience than a sense of wrongdoing. If we confess, as Roosevelt did, it is with pride. The efforts of a few well-meaning idealists to make us pay damage are the cause in our Senate of renewed hardness of heart or ribald contempt of the law of nations, and the people care for none of these things. But it may be said that Germany's offense was accompanied by circumstances of outrage and atrocity that should bring an instinctive recoil. Did similar atrocities, when perpetrated by our soldiers in the Philippines, cause any noticeable mental or moral anguish in this country? Yes, to Mr. Moorfield's story and a few other belated Puritans. The trouble was that they could not bring to the country any lively conception of its responsibility for the behavior of its servants toward an inferior race. And probably the German people today are in the same condition of mingled ignorance, disbelief, and indifference in regard to Belgium. We need not look for any great act of national repentance from Germany, for none is possible. In view of Germany's defeat, such an act would be, in any case, discounted. So it behooves us to remake our world as best as we can, without the edifying and gratifying spectacle of Germany on her knees in public penance. End of section 30. Section 31 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Overman Committee marked the climax of its deliberations with the appearance of Colonel Raymond Robbins. The investigation directed by the State Department as a smokescreen for its blunders in the Russian situation was carefully planned to include only the testimony of those violently opposed to the present regime in Russia. with a final explosion from the Reds to dam it with loud praise. It was expected that in this way the Soviet government would be discredited from both sides, and the natural reaction of the country would be a disgust so deep that the record of the State Department would be drowned in it. The failure of the plan was due largely to the moderation and good sense with which Messrs. John Reed and Albert Rees Williams and Miss Louise Bryant conducted themselves before the committee. A senatorial investigation is nowadays much like the Indian custom of running the gauntlet. The warriors line up on either side, spitting on their hands and waving their clubs with ferocious gestures, grimaces, and cries, each eager to plant a blow that will echo down the ages in the congressional record. In the case of favored prisoners who are destined to adoption into the tribe, the warriors are directed to strike just before or after the flying figure. In the case of Breshkovskaya, who was supposed to be persona non grata, some over-eager young braves, excited, doubtless by the term revolutionist, struck to wound, but were called off. In the cases of the sympathizers with the Soviets, however, no quarter was given, and Miss Bryant in particular was subjected to the peculiar type of courtesy which senators retain for use toward their masters, the people. In spite of this, the testimony of the avowed sympathizers with the Soviets was such as to convict the committee and the State Department of the panic cry of "Wolf, Wolf." It was not apparently the intention to call Colonel Robbins, but his own expressed desire to make his long-awaited statement before this official body, and the demand of the truth about Russia society, forced the hand of the State Department, which professed to be managing the investigation, and resulted in the extension of its hearings. Colonel Robbins effectively disposed of any value the investigation might have as camouflage for the mistakes of the administration in dealing with Russia. Blunders that became atrocities were noted and catalogued in his testimony, to become a part of the final indictment. The sending of the most notorious representative of the dark forces of America to great revolutionary Russia, the selfish sacrifice of the Kerensky government, the cowardly refusal to give an answer to Lenin's offer to break off negotiations at Brest-Litovsk in return for aid, all these stand forth in Colonel Robbins' testimony as monuments to the arrogant stupidity that has characterized our State Department, to whose best traditions the present locum tenens is not unfaithful. Colonel Robbins refused comment on the Sisson documents, which he said, according to the report in the New York Tribune, would inevitably reflect on Mr. Sisson, who is abroad. He expressed disbelief in many of the stories of violence and terror circulated in the campaign of propaganda against the Soviet government, especially the picturesque tale of the violation of the Women's Battalion. In reply to questions as to the danger of Bolshevism in America, Colonel Robbins declared that there were two remedies: full publicity as to Russia and full protection of the American workman, so that he will say that the land that is worth living in is a land worth living for. End of section 31. Section 32 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opposed to Colonel Robbins in his treatment of social unrest stand forth certain champions of strong-arm methods. There is Governor Sproul of Pennsylvania, addressing the Scotch-Irish Society of that state. I don't believe we are in any danger. I don't believe that any doctrine which controverts our religion or the God we believe in will get any status in America. Anyone who wants to start trouble in Pennsylvania will get it. The state has an organization to beat any attempt to disturb the present order of things. There is Mayor Ole Hanson of Seattle and his chief of police. We closed up every wobbly hall in town, said the mayor. We didn't have any law to do it with, so we used nails. When there was serious opposition, we trotted out the Department of Health and had the buildings condemned. We didn't need any more law than we did to stop the red flag. We just stopped it. In reference to a raid in which the police searched the cooperative market run by union labor, closed and padlocked the headquarters of the Socialist Party, and stopped work at a cooperative shop where IWW literature had been printed, the chief of police said, "I had no warrant ordering the place closed. I was tired of reading the revolutionary circulars that were printed there, and decided that I had already let them go too far, so I just locked them up. They started with very mild articles, but have now passed the limit. I expect no trouble in enforcing the closing order." In Lawrence, Massachusetts, where the textile workers are striking for the 8-hour day, the police have refused the strikers the exercise of their right of peaceful assembly, have arrested a strike leader on the false charge of evading the draft, have ridden down and beaten up peaceful strikers and their sympathizers on the public streets and sidewalks. In the case of the Lawrence strike, the forces of repression are drawing on the hatred generated and stored up for war purposes. They are making lavish use of the shibboleths of patriotism and religion, utterly reckless as to the effect of discrediting forever among hungry and desperate men the faiths for which the catchwords stand. End of section 32. Section 33 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The government continues its blundering policy in regard to the victims of war psychology. Ex-Attorney General Gregory continues to maintain that persons convicted under the Espionage Act are not political prisoners, and that in every case it was proved that whatever they said or did was done with a specific unlawful intent, even when the prosecution arose from statements made in private conversation. His own recommendation of commutation of sentences recognizes that in some cases the evidence of unlawful intent was unsatisfactory, and further that injustice resulted to certain defendants because of the all-prevalent conditions of intense patriotism and aroused emotions on the part of the jurors. It is pertinent to ask Mr. Gregory whether this condition did not result in injustice, not in some cases, but in all, and whether he and his subordinates did not make every effort to inflame the patriotic passions of courts and juries against defendants, and thus become themselves the cause of the injustice which Mr. Gregory now tardily condemns. The cases recently reported for clemency illustrate and emphasize the inequality with which the law was enforced. Convicts who attracted much public sympathy, even when convicted of publicly urging resistance to conscription, are to be released. Others, like Robert Goldstein, convicted for promoting a moving picture showing massacres by British soldiers in the American Revolution, are held to 3 years. The statement that he is alleged to have been financed by pro-German interests is an interesting comment on what the Department of Justice holds to be material evidence in such cases. End of section 33. Section 34 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The same shuffling and evasive policy is continued toward the conscientious objectors. Late in January, the Secretary of War released 113 objectors from Fort Leavenworth, men who had been court-martialed without having been granted, or in some cases offered, the farm furloughs officially promised. Freedom seems to have been extended only to the men who declared that they would have accepted such alternative service had it been offered. Absolutists, whose consciences revolted at every direct or indirect form of submission to conscription for war, are left, presumably, to serve out their sentences. In other words, the War Department offers the temptation to these men to deny their consciences and impeach their own sincerity. By so doing, it cuts from under its own feet the only ground on which its practice can be defended. For it is obvious that the only ground on which conscientious objectors are entitled to escape facing the firing squad is that of conscience. All compromise, evasion, and paltering with this issue are absurd and must ultimately be abandoned. If the Secretary of War felt that such courses were useful in time of war, he can have no excuse for maintaining them in peace. End of section 34. Section 35 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bolshevism is a menace to the vested interests of privilege and property. This is the golden text which illuminates the policies pursued by the statesmen of the great powers in all their dealings with Soviet Russia. Not that this axiom of imperialistic stagecraft is formally written into the covenant of the League. It is only that the policies pursued by the elder statesmen of the great powers have impeccably followed its line. What is formally written into the documents is the broad principle of self-determination. But in the measures taken by the elder statesmen, unasked, for the regularization of Soviet Russia, there enters no shadow of regard for the principle of self-determination, all of which appears quite reasonable and regular so soon as it is illuminated by this golden text of the elder statesman, that Bolshevism is a menace to the vested interests of privilege and property. The high merit as well as the high necessity of the resulting maneuvers of repression may be taken for granted as a matter of course. No question of the merit of these maneuvers is admitted either by the substantial citizens or by their safe and sane statesmen, but it may still be in order to entertain a question as to what measures had best be taken in these premises, considering the means in hand and the circumstances of the case, considering the difficulties of any effectual intervention and the uneasy temper of the underlying peoples with which these elder statesmen will have to make up their account. The Russian situation is by no means simple, and its details are sufficiently obscure. Yet the outlines of it are visible in a large way, and it is not without a certain consistency. And it is a perplexing situation that faces the elder statesmen of the great powers. By and large, Soviet Russia is self-supporting, beyond any other considerable body of population in Europe, and it is correspondingly difficult to regulate by forcible measures from outside. The Russian people at large are still in a backward state industrially, so that they are used to depending on a homegrown food supply and on local and household industry for the ordinary necessities of life in the way of clothing, shelter, fuel, and transport. At the same time, they also have the use of something appreciable in the way of a machine industry widely scattered both along their borders and through the country inland, enough to serve somewhat sparingly as a sufficient auxiliary. It follows that any protracted continuation of the existing blockade of imports will scarcely starve Soviet Russia into submission. In fact, it could scarcely do more than starve the remnants of the vested interests in Russia. This would hold true even in the improbable event that the great powers should succeed in closing the ports of the Pacific, Baltic, and Black Sea to all seaborne trade. To hold such a country in a perpetual state of siege would scarcely be a profitable enterprise, since there is no prospect of a favorable outcome, and since a perpetuation of this state of siege would bring no gain to the vested interests in whose behalf the enterprise is undertaken. At the same time, an extensive campaign of occupation and forcible control promises no better solution, inasmuch as the Soviet Republic is proving to be quite formidable in the field, and since the amorphous country on which it draws is not vulnerable in any part. It has the defects of its qualities, but it also has the qualities of its defects. It is incapable of serious aggression, but it is also incapable of conclusive defeat by force. Meantime, Soviet Russia offers an attractive market for such American products as machine tools and factory equipment, railway material and rolling stock, electrical supplies, farm implements and tools, textiles, wrought leather goods, certain foodstuffs, and certain metals. And at the same time there is waiting a large volume of export trade, including such things as grain and other foodstuffs, flax, hemp, and lumber. Should the blockade be maintained for any time, it is not to be doubted that the illicit trade into Soviet Russia in all these things will rise to unexampled proportions, to the very substantial profit of the Scandinavians and other expert smugglers and blockade runners. Meantime, too, the great powers whose national integrity has now been provisionally stabilized by America's decisive participation in the war are placing an embargo on the import of many articles into the European market. In practical effect, an embargo on the importation of these American products for which Soviet Russia is now making a cash offer. Soviet Russia is today the only country that places no obstacles in the way of import trade. So it becomes an interesting question: how long will those American vested interests, which derive an income from foreign trade, have the patience to forego an assured profit from open trade with Soviet Russia, in order to afford certain European vested interests a dubiously problematical chance to continue getting something for nothing in the way of class privilege and unearned income? End of section 35. Section 36 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During the war, the fable of the Sibylline books was frequently quoted, always with reference to the diminishing opportunity afforded the Central Powers for a peace of repentance and pardon. It is the irony of history that the fable has acquired a new application, this time to the victorious powers themselves. It is to them that the fateful figure appears offering her books of prophecy, 9, 6, 3, and the question, with each diminished opportunity, is more insistent. On January 25th, the Dial said, "The fundamental necessity for a better world is a sacrifice of the instinct for possession." If predatory instincts sway the conference to concern itself chiefly with demands for territory, indemnity, and commercial privilege on the part of the victors, then indeed the rulers of the world will have proved once more their unfitness, and this time the people cannot be deceived. The events of the past 2 months seem to have justified the second part of this prophecy. Unquestionably, predatory instincts have governed the conference. The talk which has emanated from Paris has been of how much Germany can pay, of shutting her off from raw materials, of granting the Saar Valley and the left bank of the Rhine to France, Danzig to Poland, and of extending the Italian frontier to the Brenner. Even the covenant of the League of Nations, which should have been a means of reconciliation, was presented in the guise of an alliance of the victorious nations, and the generous interpretation which should have relieved it of this character has not been forthcoming. And the inevitable has happened. Hungary, frightened by an unwarrantable extension of the terms of the armistice and threatened with dismemberment, has followed the example of France in 1792, has committed her national existence directly to her people. Whether the social solvent of the Soviet form of government will suffice to hold in solution the various races with nationalistic ambitions, which Hungary includes, is not yet certain. But in any case, the moving finger has written another syllable of the mene, tekel, ophirasen on the walls within which Belshazzar keeps his feast at Paris. Upon President Wilson, as upon no other of the Allied statesmen, the responsibility rests. It is fair to say that all the questions which have delayed peace and made Paris a Babel of discord were settled in principle by the statement of war aims which he gave to his allies and to his enemies. They were accepted by the former with full acquiescence, in spite of his invitation to them to discuss or dissent. They were understood by the latter, and thus became a part of that political, or rather moral, offensive which contributed to their undoing. Above all, they were addressed to his fellow countrymen as the interpretation of the cause for which they were fighting. To all, allies, enemies, and fellow citizens, President Wilson assumed obligations of the most solemn kind, involving not only his own personal honor, but the honor of his country. He knows this, as he knows the result if he fail. The fateful words of his Boston speech were spoken in solemn remembrance of the power which he has invoked. They, the people, are in the saddle, and they are going to see to it that if the present governments do not do their will, some other government shall. End of section 36. Section 37 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A sinister note in the circumstances of the conference is the fact that the four leading partners have taken frankly to the practice of secret negotiation, and it is significant that this is coincident with the revolution in Hungary. They are confronted by a second people choosing the path of immediate self-determination, and their decision, what course to take, is apparently not to be an open covenant openly arrived at. But this case differs from the Russian situation in that the secrecy cannot long be maintained, and the action of the representatives at Paris will be subject to quick consideration and revision by the people whom they represent. Should the conferees undertake the forcible suppression of Soviet and other efforts at self-determination, there will be war, unorganized war as well as organized. In such war, the bitter enders will fight. If a reign of terror overwhelms Europe, the responsibility will fall on the Supreme Council for its failure to recognize that the real forces of reorganization are to be found within the movements of the people. These movements are not comparable, as the councillors seem to believe, to a general strike in one or more industries. The colossal proportions of the movement as a whole have to do not only with its extent, but with its character. It is a movement in which people know what they want, and as they are opposed, will arm and fight to get it. Military repression of this particular kind of want intensifies the desire for it, and induces the support of those who are neutral. Blockades become boomerangs, since hunger and deprivation feed such movements. The present movement in Central Europe and Great Britain is an indication of an international consciousness of common interest. Before the people have had time to recover themselves from the exhaustions of war, they are faced with the startling fact that the self-determination for which they fought has not been won, that neither the Peace Conference nor the Supreme Council has given a sign of granting it. When the statesmen who represented the old order directed their appeal to the people in terms of altruistic patriotism, they little guessed the forces with which they were conjuring. The people answered the appeal to arms and fought for a different kind of world, a world in which democracy was to be lived for rather than died for. This current, which is rising with uncontrollable power, is free of old diplomacy and political domination. To dam it means world catastrophe. What it needs is time, a chance to harness and generate power more potent in human welfare than devices of statecraft hatched in the capitals of the old world, which is passing. End of section 37. Section 38 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sabotage is one of the late and formidable loanwords of the English language. At the same time, it has also some currency in the other languages, as would be expected in the case of a loanword which fills so notable a place in common speech, since the facts which call for the use of such a new word are sure to range beyond the frontiers of any one language. In all this, the word has the company of such other latecomers as camouflage and Bolshevism, and not much different is the case of such late-come, homebred terms as graft and goodwill, and intangible assets and vested interests. Whether they are borrowed from abroad or are made over from innocent homegrown words, all these half-technical terms that are making their way into common use to describe notable facts lack that sharp definition that belongs to words of the ancient line. There is always something of metaphor or analogy about them, and the meaning attached to their use in common speech is neither precise nor uniform. They are still more or less unfamiliar. They seem uncouth and alien, but they make good their intrusion into the language by becoming indispensable. They are needed for present use to describe facts which are very much in evidence and which are not otherwise provided for. Of course, the facts described by such late word growths as graft, sabotage, camouflage, or Bolshevism are not altogether new, nor nearly so, but they count for more now than they have done in the past. and so it has become necessary to find words for them. As a fact of history, graft is at least as old as the early Egyptian dynasties, and sabotage is quite inseparable from the price system, so that its beginnings can scarcely fail to be as ancient as the love of money. It is perhaps the firstborn of those evils that have been said to be rooted in the love of money. Doubtless graft and sabotage have been running along together through human history from its beginning. We should all find it very difficult to get our bearings in any period of history or any state of society which might by any chance not be shot through with both. Still, those ancients who passed before the last quarter of the 19th century had not the use of these technical terms to describe the facts, which they seem all the while to have been familiar enough. It may have been because the facts of graft and sabotage, however massive and wide-reaching they doubtless were in those past times, did not, after all, then stand out in such bold relief on the face of things. But things have moved forward since then, and quite plainly now, since the price system in all its ways, means, and ends have reached that mature development which is familiar to this generation, both of these terms have become indispensable and common in current speech. End of section 38. Section 39 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Congress, the practice of sabotage has long enjoyed another imported and figurative name, also drawn from footgear, filibuster, the onomatopoetic equivalent of freebooter. Respectable as familiarity has made this political device, it is by intent and effect sheer sabotage. Witness the present plight of the Railroad Administration and other bureaus, deprived of their necessary and in most cases unopposed appropriations, because the late Congress, in order to force an extra session in which to protect its constitutional function in foreign affairs, deliberately refused to perform its domestic functions, and adjourned without providing funds to keep the governmental machine running during its absence. With a touching solicitude, the congressmen provided for the salaries of their secretaries, but they made no provision for their wage workers in the lobbies of the two chambers. And while they take the spring air in cities whose street cleaning departments do not depend upon federal appropriation, the government clerks they have left behind in Washington walk to work, that is, in many cases, temporarily unpaid, through streets that are unswept because Congress went on strike. Nobody believes, of course, that the governmental machine will stop for lack of the withheld fuel, and in most departments the result of the congressional strike will become more ludicrous than important. One bureau, however, has been throttled in its hour of utmost need. The Federal Employment Service suddenly finds itself with funds to operate less than 60 of its 700 placement agencies, and must appeal to states and municipalities to keep open as many of these offices as possible. Its personnel, recently assembled at great pains, is again scattered, and its training school closed. Meanwhile, demobilization continues, and unemployment mounts. At best, we have taken too little interest in finding jobs for our war workers and returned soldiers, and congressional tactics that slow down our all too inadequate machinery for returning these hands to productive industry is really, no matter at whom it is directed, nor how is dignified in parliamentary parlance, straight sabotage on business, on labor, and on the people at large, the form of sabotage known as striking on the job. End of section 39. Section 40 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In no department of the modern world has the tendency toward democracy been more pronounced than in education. An analysis of the process into its factors clearly shows the change from the Renaissance to the modern school. These factors are three: the subject matter, the teacher, and the pupil. In respect to each, the education of the Renaissance was aristocratic. The subject matter was conventionally prescribed. a group of classics whose value was a matter of authority, not of experience. The teaching was autocratic. The possession of the text in a dead language gave the teacher an absolute control over his pupils. The fact that the subject matter was remote from the immediate needs and interests of ordinary existence automatically restricted its followers to a special caste. Culture was the concern of an institution. It was academic, as religion was ecclesiastic. The appearance of Comenius, almost contemporary with that of Bacon and the scientific Renaissance, marked the beginning of the modern tendency, the exclusion of purely conventional learning, the use of the vernacular, the introduction of an objective method, above all the concept of a school system which should extend education to the people. These ideas projected by the 17th century reformer are gradually being achieved. In the last few years the progress has been notable. No longer is the teacher an autocrat. From the earliest experimental school to the university seminar, the teacher works with his classes in a spirit of cooperation. No longer is the subject matter prescribed, conventional, remote from life. The defense of the study of the so-called classics is now based on their vital quality as a record of experience. Practical study of the world, technical study of the arts, are part of every curriculum. In method, experiment has replaced authority. These changes in subject matter and method have made education necessarily democratic in appeal. It has become an initiation into life of which all men feel the need and resent the lack for themselves and their children. But in this triumphant movement of education in the direction of democracy, there is one point of friction. It is the point at which the system of education is in contact with that of society and government. The control of education by persons outside the system of endowed universities and colleges, by trustees of state institutions and public schools by regents and school boards, results in a limitation of its natural democratic tendencies. In the direction of subject matter, political have taken the place of literary or religious conventions. A conventional political economy, political science, and history have been imposed, and any attempt by the teacher or the pupil to break through this shell and touch the core of human experience within is bitterly resented by those who represent the social control of vested interests. Similarly, the method of experiment and testimony is ruled out as soon as it is applied to current political and social phenomena. The teacher is prevented from joining his pupils in a search for truth, but is compelled to resume his old papal seat of authority. Of all these types of limitation and impediment, the relations of the New York Board of Education with the teachers during the past year afford ample illustration. The influence of war psychology was a natural and reasonable excuse for the attitude shown by the board and its superintendents while the country was at war. But it is significant that with the return to peace, the feeling which was developed for nationalistic purposes has been transferred to social ends. Instead of Germany, Russia is the object of patriotic animadversion. The investigators and trials of teachers held by the Board of Education are pitiful spectacles. On the one hand is the teacher, accused of something which in most cases amounts to making personal reservations of opinion in regard to the phenomena of the world, instead of enforcing arbitrarily the official view, and of inviting his pupils to make use of the method of experiment and testimony. On the other hand, there is the organization, aided by the officious zeal of its servants, to whom the espionage habit has become second nature. Between them stands a flock of pupils, their minds driven this way and that by examination and cross-examination, victims of the war as certainly as if they had been drafted and sent to the front. It is nothing short of sabotage of education. Similar reports come from Washington, where a teacher, expressing the opinion that the Soviet government in Russia was better for Russia than was the absolutism of the Tsar, was charged with unpatriotic utterances and suspended. The superintendent has barred discussion of the League of Nations together with Bolshevism, in spite of the fact that the teaching of current topics is required, and it is a literal impossibility to exclude those subjects from discussion in classes in modern history and economics. The remedy for this maladjustment is immediate and obvious. It is simply to give teachers control of education, to restrict the functions of school boards and trustees to business management. It is to be noted that this is the demand everywhere of labor that respects itself, responsibility for production. Responsibility is the only way of introducing that esprit de corps which has been defined as consisting and thinking in terms of the enterprise rather than of the job. It is characteristic of workers that under a system of responsibility they make few mistakes in choosing their leaders, men and women of initiative and originality. But the true analogy is not between teachers and labor, but between education and other professionals. To quote Dr. Callan, The Dial, February 28, 1918, to the discoverers and creators of knowledge, and to its transmitters and distributors, to these and no one else beside belongs the control of education. It is as absurd that any but teachers and investigators should govern the art of education as that any but medical practitioners and investigators should govern the art of medicine. End of section 40. Section 41 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is clear that any covenant of peace among nations will depend for its validity upon the activity of its supporters in all countries in taking advantage of the opportunity offered for international cooperation to remove the causes of war. No one need be told today that of these causes, armament and military training are two of the most immediate. It is not too much to say that every country may test its will to end war by its readiness to disarm, and the weakness of this will is revealed by the feeble and uncertain character of the provisions of the covenant in this matter. There is all the more reason, therefore, that believers in international peace should manifest their faith by national action. The principles recognized by the covenant of armament graduated according to the geographical circumstances of the contracting parties. Clearly, the part is suggested to the United States of leading the way in showing confidence in reason and goodwill, instead of bayonets and ironclads. And the part should not be a difficult one. The people of the United States are normally pacific, and they have had enough experience of the spiritual ravages of war to recognize the symptoms of the disease. They have never built the system of general military service into their social structure, or crowned the edifice with a military caste. The result of the recent mobilization seems on the whole to have given the people a pronounced distaste for military experience, and this distaste is apparently strongest among those who participated most actively in that experience. At the same time, it is clear that no merely passive attitude on the part of a people will stand against powerful forces working to subvert it, and a democratically organized people is peculiarly liable to attack by such force through the institution of representative government. It seems probable that the issue of universal military service will appear well to the front in the next presidential campaign, and meanwhile the sponsors for it are active in the various states. In these, the method is to make military training a part of the high school course, and the question thus becomes an educational one. A law to this effect in New York, hastily conceived and irregularly enforced, is now undergoing scrutiny as to its educational value. Similar bills are pending in the legislatures of Pennsylvania, Missouri, and California. In Oregon, such a bill has failed. In New Jersey, the adverse report of the Legislative Committee on Military Drill in high schools has probably proved decisive. The organizations which, for one purpose or another, are seeking to carry such bills in the several states as the basis of a plan of national military service have placed the question squarely on educational grounds. The Security League sent its most brilliant orator to the last meeting of the National Education Association to clamor for its endorsement. It is altogether proper that the opinion of teachers should be decisive on this phase of the matter. If teachers have little influence with local authorities in which control of education is specifically vested, at least they have the power of organized citizens to secure political action which shall be representative of the community and of themselves in a matter on which they have a supreme right to be heard. End of section 41. Section 42 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Victory Loan should be the occasion for the exhibition of a new spirit if the League of Nations is to be worth the paper on which it is drawn up. The Liberty Bonds were sold largely on hate. The appeal carried to the end of the people by 4-minute oratory, or to the eye of the people by posters and moving pictures, was supported by lavish representations of the malevolence of the enemy. That these were in part false was indicated by the action of General Pershing in withdrawing from active salesmanship a sergeant who was telling atrocity stories unwarranted by anything in the actual experience of the troops. At the same time, this popular feeling was used as a measure of coercion against citizens who did not manifest the degree of financial patriotism demanded by the standards of the community. The Secretary of the Treasury fulminated against pacifists. The extent to which organized coercion was practiced under the direction of local managers is revealed in an article in the New Republic for March 29th, entitled Borrowing with a Club. It is hardly necessary to point out that such methods, emphasizing division in public opinion, will not serve to advance the prospects of the present loan. The government has been unable to secure, so far as we know, the punishment of a single person for illegal proceedings in connection with the sale of Liberty bonds. It is not to be expected that it will be able to mark its disapproval of their methods by relieving those active patriots from the management of the present loan. As in the case of leaders and inciters of mob violence, the energy and aggressiveness shown by such persons are qualities with which the government will hesitate to dispense. But the spirit and method of their appeal must be totally different if the distinction between the Liberty loans and the Victory loan is to be maintained. The victory, which is properly to be celebrated by new sacrifices, was a victory won for the whole world. The fruits of that victory are to be found in a reunion of the world toward which nothing can contribute so much at the present time as the feeding of the starving, the clothing of the naked, wherever they may be, among our late enemies as among our allies. Is it too much to suggest emphasis upon this generous aspect of the sacrifice? The victory was won for democracy at home as well as abroad. The fruits of that victory are to be found in a reunion of Americans on the basis of their freedom, toward which reunion nothing can contribute so much at the present time as the release of those in prison for conscience or opinion's sake. In many cases, a recalcitrant attitude toward the Liberty loans was one of the indictments brought against those convicted under the Espionage Act. To what extent this attitude was engendered and reinforced by the illegal methods of the managers of the loans is a matter deserving honest inquiry. The withholding of supply has been a time-honored weapon by which the Anglo-Saxons have maintained their liberties, and to some citizens the Liberty loans were doubtless presented as a form of taxation, as unjust and illegal as ship money or the stamp tax. The government could manifest the spirit of victory and confidence in the results of the war in no way more eloquently than by opening the drive for a victory loan by a general amnesty to all victims of laws enacted for the emergency of war. End of section 42. Section 43 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The university promises to be the last citadel of sex privilege. The granddaughters of the women who won from prejudice the opportunity to study in college on equal terms with men have yet to secure the same opportunity in the better professional schools. During most of these years, moreover, the public and many of the private colleges have been conferring degrees on women, admitting them to the fellowship of educated men. The fellowship, but not the profession. For though their scholarship carry the academic seal of approval, and their records show the full apprenticeship exacted by an ancient and jealous guild, they have not yet, except here and there, and in inconsiderable numbers, the opportunity to teach on equal terms with men. They may clerk in libraries, drudge in administrative offices, mark themes, correct exercises, and aspire to infrequent instructorships, but except here and there, and in inconsiderable numbers, they may not enter the faculty proper and achieve the rewards, niggardly enough, that men finally receive for the apprentice years of overwork and underpay. Before the war, this situation was an anachronism. Today, when women have convinced the world of their capacity to perform nearly all tasks that men perform, it is becoming a peril. Attracted by the current demand in other fields, with better wages and nearer approximation to sex equality, large numbers of the more independent, and by the same sign more valuable, women are being drawn away from academic life. If the colleges find it difficult to retain the services of men of initiative, how can they hope to keep their women teachers unless they level the humiliating and indefensible barrier of sex discrimination? There is a certain type of academic mind that professes indifference to the breaches made in university personnel by the greater attractiveness of secular pursuits. It finds something unworthy in the teacher who is swayed at all by considerations of wage or working hours. But it is a mind that is increasingly incongruous in the world for which our colleges are preparing our youth. Sooner or later it must give way before modern demands, just as sooner or later the colleges must accept the modern world's estimate of women's sphere. But will it be so late that we shall yet witness the spectacle of educators arguing before women legislators that woman's place is in the home? End of section 43. Section 44 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the acid test of everyday psychology, our pedagogy still shows a considerable blind spot. One of the minor evidences of its existence is the prevailing practice of writing two distinct prefaces, or forewords, in our high school and collegiate textbooks, one labeled to the teacher and the other to the pupil. To the discerning student, this bifocal adjustment is apt to appear in the nature of an implied condescension. It is like coming to the branching of a road, with one fork winding upward to the instructor, and the other sloping downgrade for the assumed mental convenience of the student. With a modicum of ingenuity, it ought to be possible for the author of a textbook to merge these separate messages, to start with a salutary meeting of the minds of teacher and pupil, and thus pave the way for a more unified approach to the stuff of his ensuing chapters. The innovation would certainly be more adroit, and therefore better psychology. End of section 44. Section 45 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The memorandum of the Allied governments transmitted to the German government November 5, 1918, by President Wilson, which formed the basis of the armistice, affirmed the willingness of the Allies and the United States to make peace on the basis of the 14 points promulgated by the President January 8, 1918, and the principles of settlement enunciated in his subsequent addresses. It further expressly defined the compensation to be made by Germany and limited the liability to damage done to the civilian population of the Allies by the aggression of Germany by land, by sea, and from the air. Scarcely had the ink of the signatures dried when this provision was cast aside by Mr. Lloyd George in his election appeal on the basis of making Germany pay the entire cost of the war, and on this platform England gave him a huge majority in the new Parliament. England's repudiation of this explicit provision of the armistice gave the cry to France and Italy. In the months that have followed, what has transpired of the deliberations of the peace conference has had no reference to the agreement made through President Wilson. The whole discussion has turned on what Germany can pay. Now that the sum has been fixed approximately, and it appears that it is far smaller than was implied in the promises of the Allied governments to their people, there is still no mention of its distribution, according to the principle laid down in the armistice. On the contrary, Mr. Lloyd George has reaffirmed to Parliament his pre-election promises, and the latest forecast of the apportionment gives to England a third of what is now everywhere referred to as the German indemnity. Whether the amount paid by Germany is sufficient or not to cover damage done to the civilian population and their property, the Allies have made a scrap of paper of their engagement. This is not the most serious infraction of the terms of the armistice. The most immediately important of the 14 points are those having to do with territorial arrangements, and here again the discussions of the conference have inevitably led to the belief that the Allies would not be bound by their promises. The proposed arrangements in regard to the Saar Valley and the left bank of the Rhine are an implicit contravention of the 8th point, as that in regard to Danzig is of the 13th. Still further, the armistice set definite boundaries to military occupation by the Allied forces. The breaking of those boundaries in Hungary was the immediate cause of the overthrow of Count Kerali's government. The 9th point states that a readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. The armistice allowed the temporary occupation of German territory by Italian forces, with the result described by the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, February 28, 1919, as follows. The Italians are continuing their policy of forcibly annexing German South Tyrol, and thus confronting the Paris Peace Conference with a fait accompli, in contrast to the army of occupation in Germany, which did not prevent the population, with the exception of Alsace-Lorraine, from voting for the German National Assembly. The Italians prohibited the inhabitants of German South Tyrol from taking part in the national Austrian elections. Recently, the German communes were visited by commissions of Italian officers who induced people who do not understand a word of Italian to sign statements expressing satisfaction with the Italian occupation. As the inhabitants do not know what they are signing, they are told that the statements submitted to them are receipts for food about to be distributed. Any one of the native officials who refuses to sign is denounced to his community as opposing the distribution of food supplies. In Meran, the teaching of Italian in the schools has already been made obligatory. History is now being taught according to Italian books. It is also significant that General Amante has given orders to Italianize the names of all railroad stations in the German section of South Tyrol. It is superfluous to point out that a League of Nations, which should set out by guaranteeing political arrangements, brought about such methods, would be merely a form of capitalizing dishonor and validating a lie. End of section 45. Section 46 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An instance of the impossibility of national repentance is the attitude of the American people toward the lynching of Negroes. That the country feels a certain shame is clear. The news of such outrages is now largely suppressed. Even the press forgoes the profit of playing upon its readers' appetite for atrocities. And when the Liberator published the accounts of certain peculiarly hideous mob crimes, it was roundly denounced for lack of patriotism. In the case of the massacre of East St. Louis, after a brief spasm of horror, the country averted its face. The trials were perfunctory. The responsibility of the executive of the state and of the military authorities under whose very eyes murder with fiendish tortures took place were not pressed. When the reports of the Congressional Committee of Investigation was received, a motion was made that it be not printed. on the ground of its lack of importance, and though this motion failed to pass, the report was virtually suppressed. The public printer replies to inquiries that he has no copies for distribution. This impulse toward concealment shows that we are as a nation under conviction of sin, but there are few signs of remorse. An effort to arouse the public conscience on this matter and to initiate works meet for repentance will be made by a national conference on lynching to be held in New York City May 5th and 6th to take concerted action against lynching and lawlessness wherever found and to consider what measures should be adopted to abate them. End of section 46. Section 47 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The words of the call, above quoted, contain an oblique reference to the fact that lynching is no longer a purely race problem, nor is it always a matter of reprobation and shame. On the contrary, as an expression of patriotic sentiment, it has been recognized as part of our moral life and associated with our best efforts toward the progress of the world. It is invoked under the sanction of patriotic societies, military authorities, and sponsors for the Victory Loan. The chief propagandist for the Security League still boasts of his attempts as agent provocateur before an audience in a Western university. The press has repeatedly borne witness to the crimes of violence committed by men in uniform against persons exercising the right of lawful assembly. But whereas our courts martial have been active in grinding out sentences to death and life imprisonment against men who have failed in some minor observance of military law, we have yet to hear of a case where a soldier has been punished for attacking the institutions of democracy which he was drafted to defend, except the men who rioted at Euston, who were black, and who were hanged. An instance of the attitude of the Army toward mob law is shown by the petition of soldiers of the 27th Division to General O'Ryan, threatening violence unless the entirely lawful performance of opera in German were prevented by organized action. Apparently the threat was regarded as so natural as to attract no comment or rebuke. An organ which claims to represent the returned soldiers is Arthur Guy M.P.'s Treat 'em Rough, whose eminent services are enlisted in behalf of the Victory Loan. In the March issue, Mr. M.P. advises the men who were in the trenches when he was on the lecture platform as follows: "The 5th Liberty Loan drive will soon be here. Make a Bolshevist or an IWI buy one of those bonds, and believe me, from that time on, that fellow is going to support Uncle Sam, and if necessary, fight for him. If you cannot, after very patient endeavor, sell him, then show him what it means to get a good Yankee wallop in the nose." And again in April, referring to socialists, the speaker, instead of being arrested and given a chance to gain his freedom by putting up as bail a few paltry dollars, thus being enabled to further spread his treason, should be executed by a firing squad composed of men in uniform. The staff of this magazine, and some of us are pretty good shots, would be only too willing to volunteer for such a firing squad, and I know that every true-thinking soldier, sailor, or marine would do the same. The national and local authorities which are interested in preventing the spread of Bolshevism might consider whether the restraint of those patriots who invoke mob violence to suppress free speech and opinion might conduce to this end. End of section 47. Section 48 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The utterances of men like the Reverend Charles A. Eaton, McNutt McElroy, and Arthur Guy M.P. may be discounted as part of the ritual of violence which their professional employments make necessary. In the same way, the utterances on which the IWW leaders were convicted in Chicago and elsewhere are part of a ritual of sabotage, which had no more reference to the question of the country at war than the ritual language of Christians with their golden rule and Sermon on the Mount had to do with the same situation. Far more serious is the resort of the local authorities, whose professional function is to keep the peace, to open provocation and violence. The facts of the behavior of the police at Lawrence are suppressed in the news columns of the press, but have been made known by communications from Mrs. Glendower Evans and others who were eyewitnesses of brutal assaults made by the protectors of society against strikers, who were striking to preserve a peaceful attitude. Of these assaults, both on the public street and behind prison walls, there is no shadow of doubt. Yet no official cognizance is taken, no charge is brought, and the reign of law continues. The governor of Massachusetts looks on Lawrence as the governor of Illinois on East St. Louis, and like Gallio, they care for none of these things. End of section 48. Section 49 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The culture of the 19th century was largely historical. Its authors of epic scope were historians: Carlyle, Macaulay, Grote, Napier, Kinglake, to mention no others. Drama, fiction, poetry, when devoted to high and serious ends, took their material from history. The trust in history as a guide to life was reiterated in definitions. History is philosophy teaching by experience, and the like. With the publication of Darwin's Origin of the Species, the intellectual life took a new turn. The scientific replaced the historical method. Even history itself became a matter of evaluating human testimony. The geological record reduced the period of history to a brief moment in the life of man. Biology became the background of human thought. Drama, fiction, poetry, and serious moods reflected it. Modern psychology and sociology were born. Only in politics has the historical background and method persisted with undiminished authority. Only there has the obsession lingered that historical study and precedent will serve as infallible guides. But the events of the last years have given a rude shock to the belief that men and nations learn anything from recorded experience. The record itself, when subject to political use, becomes distorted beyond the semblance of truth. If there is one lesson that stands out today, it is the failure of history to teach, or man's perverse incapacity to profit by its teaching. The failure of empires of the past had no message for modern imperialists. The economic teachings of war had none for modern capitalists. The disillusionments of peace congresses have none for modern diplomats. Apparently, in national and international organization, nations are thrown back on the trial and error method. They are becoming laboratories in which nature must be read in the language of experiment, mortars in which human material is brayed and broken to be purified in the process of disintegration, and the residue fused and welded to new forms and uses by fervent heat. Of the nations which submit themselves boldly to experiment, Russia is the type. Of those that trust to the biased textbooks of their past, the United States is the chief. No country, unless it is China, is so proud of its past, so confident in the wisdom of the fathers, so unconscious of the vital phenomena of the modern world. The contrast is reflected in the masterpieces of Lenin and Wilson. The proletarian state is an experiment. The League of Nations is being rapidly reduced to the application of a historical formula. End of section 49. Section 50 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Immanuel Kant once wrote a sketch a century and a quarter ago on perpetual peace. He prefaced it with a jest, as tasteless as it was clumsy, to say that the running title under which he wrote, Zum ewigen Frieden, that is to say, the House of Peace Everlasting, was borrowed from the signboard of a certain roadside tavern adjoining a certain ancient churchyard. Compounded of bar-room and graveyard, this wise man's jest will to many readers doubtless have seemed as pointless as it is tasteless. But that will be true only of those readers of Kant who have not had the inestimable fortune to live through these days of returning peace and to witness the maudlin deliberations of that conclave of elder statesmen who are now arranging to make the world safe for the vested rights of international dissension. The point of Kant's jest is plain now. Today his readers are in a position to marvel that even that wise old man should have been so wise as all that. It is quite uncanny. End of section 50. Section 51 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The war was won by America. With all possible subtractions from our achievement, it is clear that but for American food, American munitions, American money, and American men, the Allies would have been compelled to negotiate a peace in 1917, or accept a dictated peace in 1918. At the time of America's entrance into the war, the belief was general that her influence would result in a peace which would be righteous and permanent. The foundations for such a peace were announced by President Wilson in his address to the United States Senate on January 22, 1917. He said, "Only a peace between equals can last. Only a peace the very principle of which is equality and a common participation in a common benefit." On April 2, on the eve of entering the war, he explicitly confirmed this view of the peace to be sought. I have exactly the same things in mind now that I had in mind when I addressed the Senate on the 22nd of January last. On August 27th, in his reply to the proposals for peace issued by the Pope, he asserted that the basis of peace was the rights of peoples, their equal right to freedom and security and self-government, and to a participation upon fair terms in the economic opportunities of the world, the German people, of course, included, if they will accept equality and not seek domination. There followed on January 8, 1918, the statement of explicit terms in the famous 14 points. America won the war. America has lost the peace, the object for which she fought. It is a thankless task to bring in a bill of particulars to show in detail how one by one the 14 points to which America and the Allies bound themselves had been abrogated by the actual pact. On January 22, 1917, President Wilson had declared that the freedom of the seas is the sine qua non of peace, equality, and cooperation. Yet this was the first article of the 14 to be withdrawn from consideration before the armistice was signed. The grant of Upper Silesia to Poland, of Southern Tyrol to Italy, are not only violations of an agreement made with a beaten enemy, they are clear violations of that international order which America fought to establish, crimes against the peace of the world. The terms of the grant of Kiautschou and Shantung to Japan, of the Dodecanese to Italy, are violations of the 14 points at the expense not of the enemy but of allies. In the territorial establishment of new states, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Poland, difficult questions arose which did not admit of any clear-cut application of the 14 points. But in the claims of Japan on China, there was but a single issue to be maintained, or compromised, that of right, justice, and truth. The treaty not only cancels the principle of equality and participation in a common benefit as respects the late enemy, it withdraws it among the Allies themselves. America has won the war, but has lost the peace. With far greater reason than Clemenceau, President Wilson may lament a Pyrrhic victory. End of section 51. Section 52 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reasons for the defeat of America are easily to be read. They go back to our entrance into the war in April 1917. It is clear that President Wilson was hurried. He would have preferred to meet Congress in extra session in May, but the war at any price party forced his hand in April. If the longer interval had been allowed, it is possible that an arrangement might have been arrived at between America and the Entente, including a statement of war aims. Such a negotiation would at least have revealed the existence of the treaties of London, and the common necessity of the Allies might have led to their common renunciation of the aims of those secret instruments. However, time was not granted. We enter the war more immediately dependent on the Entente nations for means to carry it out than the latter were upon us, bound by necessity to peoples who were fighting for secret ends utterly at variance with our own. Even then it might have been possible to save the situation, had President Wilson issued promptly a statement of the war aims of the United States, and defined the basis upon which he would cooperate with the Allies. But this he showed a fierce reluctance to do, accusing those who advised such action of seeking to embarrass him in the conduct of the war, and in his letter to Congressman Heflin, disingenuously trying to confuse the demand for war aims with a profession of ignorance as to why we were at war at all. He insisted that his general statements of January 22nd and April 2nd were all sufficient. In August, however, he assumed to reply to the Pope's proposals in the sense of his January speech as common spokesman of the nations fighting Germany, and in the January following he issued the famous 14 points. Though these were received with general agreement, he later challenged the Allies to express dissent if such existed. The points were reaffirmed in his speech of April 6th, and in the most solemn fashion. They were put forward by Germany as the basis of her surrender, and, with two exceptions, specifically accepted by the other warring nations. But even with all this open diplomacy, he failed to bind the Allies to the terms of world settlement which he had announced. It is obvious now that they had always made reservations in favor of the secret treaties of London. When President Wilson learned of the terms of these agreements is uncertain. It may have been only when they were published by the Soviet government of Russia. In any case, however, the moment of his first knowledge of these treaties was the time when he could have moved for their specific subordination to his own terms with best chance of success. If Mr. Wilson trusted entirely in the acceptance of his 14 points by the Allies, he must have been rudely shocked by the behavior of Lloyd George and Clemenceau in promising their taxpayers to collect the entire cost of the war in the form of a German indemnity. He must have gone to the peace conference with a clear presage of defeat. And in fact, he has seen his own terms, and those on which Germany surrendered, repeatedly repudiated in favor of those of the secret understandings. From France he has apparently been able to purchase certain concessions in regard to the left bank of the Rhine by more or less definite promises of support in event of future attack by Germany. In regard to Japan, his hands were tied by a secret arrangement of his own, the Lansing-Ishii Agreement, and the situation has been further complicated by the fact that he was constrained to purchase support for the League of Nations at home and in the English colonies by a refusal to accept the clause granting equal recognition to citizens of all nations. Despite the eloquent and pathetic plea of the Chinese delegation, Kiautschou and the Shantung Peninsula have been turned over to Japan, to relinquish when and how she may determine. Baron Makino's claim that this procedure was in recognition of the fact that Japan had proved always faithful to her international agreements must have extorted a smile even from Mr. Wilson, as he recalled the Russo-Japanese agreement of April 25, 1898, in which both governments recognized the sovereignty and the entire independence of Korea and pledged themselves mutually to abstain from all direct interference in the internal affairs of that country, a pledge subsequently reasserted in agreements of Japan with China and with Korea herself. In regard to Italy, Mr. Wilson found no resting place in his retreat to the line drawn by the Treaty of London, short of Fiume, which Italy claimed in excess of that settlement. We can appreciate the feeling of the Italians that Mr. Wilson's insistence on the exact limitations of this secret pact is to be explained, in view of the general surrender of his 14 points, only by some special grudge against their country. Of course this is absurd. Mr. Wilson needs Fiume more than the Italians do. He needs it as the symbol of his victorious idealism, the sign that he knows how to get what he wants. If it were permissible for Mr. Wilson to accept a patent of nobility from some foreign power, we should suggest as the appropriate title, Lord Wilson of Fiume. End of section 52. Section 53 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The abandonment of the 14 points was the price which Mr. Wilson paid for the form of peace which he has secured under the title The League of Nations. He will doubtless base his claims to the success of his mission to Europe on this achievement, and already it is being hailed as a triumph of practical statesmanship over the futile aspirations and feeble scruples of the idealists, of whom Mr. Wilson used to be accounted one. It should be pointed out, however, that the process by which the League was secured, that of paltering with the principles on which it was to have been based, goes far to discredit it in its inception. The true relation between the covenant and the treaty has been reversed. The covenant was put forward as a pledge and a promise to be made good by subsequent action, beginning with the Treaty of Peace. Instead of this, the treaty has been used to buy support, or worse, to buy off opposition to the League. Mr. Wilson is an architect who robs his foundation of stone to build flying buttresses. He is the mother fleeing in a sledge from wolves, holding to her bosom her last-born, and throwing her other children successively to the devouring pack. Whether the child is worth the sacrifice is for the future to show. The League with which Mr. Wilson escaped is not a society of peoples, a new social order. It is a political instrument, and as such it enters on its career handicapped by the political compromises and deceptions which marked its origin. A league which is frankly in perpetuation of the victorious alliance, which excludes from membership the nations with which we were at war, which denies the right of nations to choose for themselves a form of economic democracy hostile to the institution of private property, which recognizes at the outset territorial arrangements in direct contravention of the principle of self-determination of nationalities, which does not require disarmament even among the signatory nations against each other, which does not assert the equality of citizenship of those nations, or the freedom of the seas, which makes no provision for the liquidation of empires and the raising to the status of self-government of peoples now held in political bondage, which does not look toward freedom of trade or movement. Such a league from such powers and processes as are allowed it is all too weak for its assigned task. Yet this league is the net positive result of the participation of the United States in the war, this in Fiume. It is to be hoped that on his return to his native land, President Wilson will not seek to exaggerate his triumph for reasons of partisan or personal glory. The condition of the success of the League is recognition of the function to which it has been limited, that of a temporary receivership of a bankrupt world. More clearly than when it was first presented, the covenant appears in the light of a task to be performed, if at all, only by such an initial repudiation of the men and the methods instrumental in drawing it up as to amount to conversion, to regeneration, to revolution. We suggest, therefore, that the proper mood for the reception of President Wilson on his return is that of the old Puritan day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer. End of section 53. Section 54 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nothing which the Peace Conference has proposed will excite less opposition than the recommendations of its labor commissioners. The recommendations convey a gratifying sense that of all the problems now before the world, awaiting solution, none is so simple or requires so little readjustment of interests as the relation of capital to labor. One may turn from the outdoor turmoil in Europe and even in the United States as from a bad dream, to the report of the Commission on Industrial Labor Legislation of the Peace Conference, and be assured that the hour of peace has struck, and all is well in industry. The declaration of these commissioners that no child under 14 should be permitted in industry, that every worker has a right to a wage commensurate with civilized standards of living, that every worker should enjoy 1 day of rest in 7, that 48 hours, wherever industrial development permits, should constitute a week's work, will receive the endorsement of the Whitley Commission, of the larger organizations of employers in England, and even of the chambers of commerce in the United States. Everyone in all parts of the globe, except in certain backward regions where industrial life is still primitive, is saying as much. But it is noteworthy that wherever this pious wish is expressed in the report, there is the expectation that it will stand as a promissory note for the sometime enforcement, and that reasonable time will of course be allowed for the fulfillment of these ideals. The ways of enforcement, it is understood, are fraught with technicalities which must perforce take precedence, as they are concerned with the realities of routine rather than the abstractions of human rights. As a matter of fact, the high contracting parties of the Labor Commission steep in mystery the ways and means of enforcing their own decrees as to labor rights and standards. There is a hint in their proposals that some dire fate will befall a nation which does not accept the precepts, but what that fate or penalty is they do not explain. However, there is a clear assumption that the highest of the High Commissioners, which must mean Great Britain, the United States, France, and Japan, already observe these ethical precepts. It appears that they are so taken to heart by the governments of these countries that these same governments are eager and ready, at the sacrifice of the interests of their own businessmen, to carry on trade wars against those nations which fail to observe ethical standards of industrial relationship. If indeed these high commissioners know better than the rest of us about what they are talking, that is, if the governments of their countries have actually taken this matter to heart, the point for which the old-line trade unions have been fighting is cleared up, and the alliance between stand-pat unionism and stand-pat business is consummated. If this is the case, the wage standards of the regular unions of the United States and Great Britain are to be protected, as the prices of commodities are now protected by the United States tariff, and special labor interests, like special business interests, will be cared for. Such a contemplated scheme, naively supported by reformers in a spirit of universal uplift, has as much relation to a progressive civilization as a tariff imposed for the support of infant industries, but no more. The declaration of the high contracting parties that the labor of human beings should not be treated as merchandise or articles of commerce is a restatement of Mr. Gomper's familiar formula that labor is not a commodity, but as that is exactly what labor is in the wage system which Mr. Gompers and the High Commissioners support, the statement, as it is uttered by men who represent labor, is sheer cant. And they make clear the statement of cant only as they carry with it a proposition which will do away with a market where labor is bargained for collectively according to trade union practice, or were individually sold and purchased. But such a proposal would re-echo the outdoor movement of the workers of Europe, and that we know is not the purpose of the Peace Conference. End of section 54. Section 55 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Wilson either meant his 14 points honestly or he did not. He put them forward either as a holy cause for which his countrymen were to die, or else as a political, or rather moral, offensive in the same spirit in which Colonel Robbins sent Bolshevik propaganda into Germany. In any case, he owes an answer to the American people, who committed life and honor into his hands, the more that his answer is bound to be theirs. Either he acted as decoy or he fell among thieves. It is a hard choice for vanity to make, and it is the vanity of the whole nation which must be denied when the truth is spoken. In the litany which should be sung for all of us are the lines, "Earth bears no balsam for mistakes. Men crown the knave and scourge the tool that did his will, but thou, O Lord, be merciful to me, a fool." End of section 55. Section 56 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The treaty with Germany should be summarily rejected by the Senate. It is contrary to the view of world peace laid down by President Wilson, both before and after the United States entered the war. It is in specific violation of the 14 points, and hence of the terms of the armistice. It is opposed to the theory of the League of Nations, and commits such a league to the defense and administration of territorial and economic arrangements which are wrong in principle and impossible in practice. The treaty should be rejected as a matter of national honor, of national safety, and of national service to the world. Such rejection will undoubtedly give opportunity for a better peace, a peace of honor, generosity, and mutual advantage between Germany and the United States. It may have the same effect on the peace between Germany and her other enemies. Far from having a modifying influence on the exactions of the Allies, the presence of the United States in their ranks has apparently given them confidence to demand terms which, but for our guarantee, would be obviously impossible. Our withdrawal from the conference at this time is likely, therefore, to contribute to an earlier stabilization of Europe, and in any event, the freedom of the United States from responsibility for the present treaty is a necessary condition of its support and participation in a genuine international organization of the world, the necessity for which will be greater than ever. End of section 56. Section 57 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By and large, the terms of the Great Peace were drawn to secure two objects, one offensive, the destruction of Germany, one defensive, the preservation of the present economic and political system. Obviously, it was impossible to destroy all of Germany. It is less obvious, but equally true, that in the process of destroying a part of Germany, the Allies have breached the defenses of the old order. In the long run, it makes little difference whether the German government signs the treaty or not. If the treaty is rejected, the Allies will enforce its terms without the aid of German official machinery. If the government accepts the treaty, the Allies will, for the time being, have the aid of a German executive organism obedient to their wishes. In the first case, the Entente governments will shortly find themselves dealing directly and at once with the kept classes of Germany, who will collect the required tribute from the masses of the population. In the second case, the officials will form an additional class of intermediaries between the Germans who produce and the Allies who claim the product. But the governing and owning classes of Germany already rock in the storms of revolution. To ensure the final and complete overthrow of both, it only remained for the Allies to make the position of official or capitalist not worth fighting for. And in this the statesmen have succeeded admirably. The terms are indeed ruinous. They will ruin the two intermediary classes in Germany, and iron the population out into decentralized socialism. When this has been accomplished, the burdens laid upon Germany will rest not, as is usual, upon tax-collecting classes that profit in spite of burdens, but directly upon the flat masses of the German people. Whether the capitalist system caused the war is a somewhat academic question. Certainly it made the peace, a peace with terms so heavy that German capitalism will be crushed out of existence, and the subject classes of Germany will be united in a hatred born of nationalistic rebellion in the class war. This animosity will have for its object the foreign-kept classes, whose only capitalistic function, as far as Germany is concerned, is the absorption of profits. Here, then, for the first time, the class that owns and the class that works appear in the undecorated roles of the taxer and the taxed. Whether or not this reductio ad absurdum of the old order will have an appreciable effect upon the taxed classes in the Allied countries remains to be seen. Already it seems safe to predict that Allied and German labor will find friendship in adversity. All this escapes those critics who seize upon the easiest interpretation of the treaty and find the Allies in danger of killing the German goose that is expected to lay the golden eggs of indemnity. The figure does not go far enough. The real goose is an international bird. As long as labor and brain power in Germany and elsewhere are organized for production incident to the preservation of life, the goose lives. It is the system for collecting the eggs that is everywhere in danger. End of section 57. Section 58 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The chief use of a League of Nations for the great silent majority of the earth should be as a form of liquidation for empires in esse and in posse, to release the millions of India, Egypt, and Ireland from British and the millions of Korea from Japanese domination, to save the millions of China, Russia, and Africa from threatening imperialistic ambitions. The great danger of the covenant, as was promptly seen by its advocates, was in Article 10, which seemed in effect to validate existing empires. The final arrangements preliminary to the treaty, and the treaty itself, give no comfort to those who hoped for the first and feared the second. The case of Ireland is the most advanced of those of nations seeking self-government. Sir Edward Carson has forbidden Lloyd George to receive the American commission sent to raise the Irish question at the peace conference. The English occupation of Egypt is the most outstanding case of international treachery on the part of a European nation. At the bidding of the Egyptian bondholders, English guns were turned on Alexandria in 1882, and the promising nationalistic movement under Arabi Pasha was crushed. The English government promised solemnly in the sight of all Europe to withdraw from Egypt. After continuing its occupation for 32 years, it declared a protectorate over Egypt in 1914. For nearly 5 years, the United States refused formal recognition of this act. Only a few days ago, President Wilson's complacency triumphed over his conscience. He accepted the protectorate, adding a little pious piffle to the Egyptians about the folly of their attempts at self-determination. The whole of India is a burning, seething sore. Literally, millions are engaged in a demonstration against the economic exploitation of the country under British authority, and particularly against the withdrawal of all civil rights from Hindus by the Rowlatt Acts. The voices of Robert Williams, Robert Smiley, and George Lansbury are raised in their behalf, and a call to their countrymen to join us in our protest against the bombing and shooting of unarmed men and women, and in our demand for a public inquiry into these outrages. In this connection, it is interesting to remember that England has always professed to hold India as trustee for the Indian people, on the same principle as that implicit in the system of mandatories under the League of Nations. It is with little confidence in the light of the news from Egypt and India that we contemplate the prospect of handing the rest of Africa over to England as mandatory. The Japanese atrocities in Korea are likely to be duplicated in Shantung, underwritten by President Wilson, the United States, and the League of Nations. The connection of this state of affairs throughout the world, controlled by the executive powers of the League, with the future of Germany under the treaty is obvious. Germany is to take her place as the chief of the martyr nations, the exponent of their wrongs, the leader in their plea for justice and in their movement for freedom. It would be another ironical turn of history that should make Germany the hope of freedom in the world, and enroll the nations that fought for liberty and self-determination in a league of free nations as misnamed as the Holy Alliance. End of section 58. Section 59 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Today, Walt Whitman is 100 years old. During the century since his birth, his states have evolved a scene very different from that crude and spacious panorama, extending westward from a narrow selvage of provincial elegance to a fabulous frontier, which seems to us the congruous background for his rugged figure. Yet we feel, those of us who attend him at all, that he was spiritually more nearly our contemporary than were any of the other men of letters whose centenaries we have lately celebrated, or are soon to celebrate. Many of them represented, more easily and intimately perhaps than Whitman the poet ever represented anything, the textures of the particular segments of life that enclose them. But in a large, loose way, Whitman the man increasingly typifies for us the general canvas of that life. At the same time, and even while the scene which he proclaimed as American recedes into a conveniently remote golden age in our national consciousness, Whitman the prophet advances upon us as spokesman for what we like to think are our enduring ideals. No doubt this is the normal career for the prophet. His time melts into history as a single luminous page. He himself is purged and canonized as its surviving hero. Now, if there is any social validity in this prophet-making process, it is perhaps less futile than many think it to be to cull from the master's works passages of plausible contemporary pertinence, prophecies. Not that the prophet will actually have anticipated the conditions or events to which his words are thus applied, but that he will enrich his readers' desires and thoughts with something of the combined dignity and familiar warmth of the clearer and closer community of purpose that accrues from a continuing tradition, and that no age can achieve for itself in isolation. Therefore, it is not necessary to believe that when Whitman wrote Years of the Modern, he was predicting the kind of European war we have just passed through, or the sort of peace we are debating, or the Russian Revolution, or any fortunate sequels to any of these events, in order to warm our newer faith in freedom at the fire of his lines. What historic denouements are those we so rapidly approach? I see men marching and counter-marching by swift millions. I see the frontiers and boundaries of the old autocracies broken. I see the landmarks of European kings removed. I see this day the people beginning their landmarks. All others give way. What whispers are these, O lands, running ahead of you, passing under the seas? Are all nations communing? End of section 59. Section 60 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Why should nearly everybody indulge a conviction that he can write poetry? Relatively few unequipped amateurs think themselves painters or sculptors or composers. Are the other arts protected from tyro invasion by the obvious recalcitrance of their media, while poetry, whose stuff is after all only the words that every man uses to transact his daily affairs, looks to be an easier business? Whoever has to read manuscripts for a publication which prints verse will be suspicious of that solution, for he will long since have become convinced that more unskilled pens attempt poetry than attempt fiction, drama, or criticism, whose stuff is equally words and whose patterns look even easier to the unpracticed. Is it because rhythm is more fundamental in us than the plastic impulse, and earlier demands its satisfaction? The popularity of dancing, from the elaboration of new steps to the vogue for unskilled interpretive license, lends plausibility to that hypothesis. Yet music is also a rhythmic art, and drumming is easier to acquire than scansion. Why, then, are we not deafened by amateur drummers? Finally, there is the notion that composing poetry is somehow a necessity to adolescence, like first love, which it almost universally accompanies. If the will to unskilled versifying were only confined to the adolescent, nevertheless one guesses that this notion looks in the right direction. For poetry, as Carlyle or somebody else had said, is essentially autobiographical, and if the urge to talk about ourselves is acutest in adolescence, The itch lingers long in most of us. Poetry is intimate gossip, sublimated, raised at its best to the nth power of intensity, and yet protected from a too raw curiosity, and the risk of indiscretion by the fact that it is poured into molds accepted by convention. All men want to talk about themselves as fully as they can with social safety. Therefore all men hanker to write poetry. Some are content to believe that rhyme is poetry, and produce the pallid invertebrate verse that is perhaps rifest in New England. Others are persuaded that sentiment is also requisite, and flood the Southern newspapers with flowery wedding and funeral pieces. The half-literate discovers poetic diction, and drive magazine editors to drink early on Monday morning. Undergraduates make the acquaintance of sonnets, ballads, villanelles, and rondeaux, and polish off tracings that resemble poems much as tissue patterns resemble dresses. Observing all of which, iconoclasts conclude that rhyme, meter, sentiment, poetic diction, and metrical patterns only hobble Pegasus and mount him bareback for free versatile flights. Schools arise and stiffen lazy verse with new gear in place of the discarded harness, and shortly there is a poetic renaissance. End of section 60. Section 61 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The men of the Red Special who were saved from deportation by the generous efforts of Charles Recht and Carolyn A. Lowe are now being released from Ellis Island, penniless, 3,000 miles from home. The government, under whose authority they were arrested, imprisoned, and brought to the city, refused to accept any responsibility for returning them to their homes. If they had been convicted of crime and served sentence, they would be entitled to transportation. But being innocent under the law, they have no such claim. This monstrous injustice of the government must be made good by private charity. The Dial will receive contributions and see that they are used to enable the men to reach home. End of section 61. Section 62 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A letter in another column gives a specific instance of the atrocities committed by soldiers against their fellow citizens. We have repeatedly called attention to the refusal of the War Department to take any cognizance of such outrages, except where Negro soldiers were involved, and to the official approval extended by the Adjutant General to persons inciting them. As the attack on the Call was alleged to be in support of the Victory Loan, protest was made to Secretary Glass. His reply is that of a true Southern gentleman. He deprecates lynching, but refuses to hold the lynchers responsible. It is the incendiary nature of articles in the Call which is at fault, just as it might be the hideous nature of the crime of rape. He has no word of condemnation for the men who acted as judge, jury, and executioner upon the offending newspaper, no apology for his loan workers who egged them on. In this he merely repeats the attitude of his chief. Mr. Wilson calls inciters to mob violence un-American, but none the less continues to honor and trust them, as he will doubtless continue to honor and trust Mr. Glass. End of section 62. Section 63 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Many readers of the Dial have noted the omission of the price in connection with the titles of books reviewed. This is made necessary by a ruling of the Third Assistant Postmaster General. In the mind of this functionary, all reviews are in the nature of advertisements. The only motive he can conceive for the mention of such a commodity as a book is to sell it, and accordingly, in his view, the pages of this magazine, devoted to reviews of books, should be charged postage at the rate for advertising material and trade journals. He is willing to suspend this ruling, provided the price of the book is not mentioned. It is superfluous to point out that this interference with long-established custom is in line with the attitude of repression for which the Post Office Department has become noted. The only remedy we can suggest is that librarians and other readers who are interested in price as well as the size of books send their protests directly to the Third Assistant Postmaster General or to their representatives at Washington. End of section 63. Section 64 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The treaty with Austria in incomplete form is now before the American people. So far as may be judged, it approaches more nearly the Brest-Litovsk model than the treaty with Germany. The duty of liberals in the Allied countries toward it is therefore even clearer than toward the German treaty. It is the duty which rested upon every German and Austrian liberal in regard to the peace of Brest-Litovsk, and which some of them fulfilled. It is to repudiate both compacts utterly, and allow them to be ratified, if it must be, only under protest. No other course of action has any moral sanction. As to its practical value, it is to be noted that already, under vigorous and forthright criticism of liberal journals, the Allied nations are disposed to make the German reply a basis for modification of terms, in other words, to substitute a negotiated for a dictated peace. End of section 64. Section 65 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The treaties with Germany and Austria are a clear proof that, however much the Allies may want a League of Nations, they want other things more. Indeed, France, Japan, and Italy, the three predatory members of the alliance, from the first regarded the League as a menace to their aggressive policies, and made their acquiescence a matter of purchase at a ruinous price. England wishes the League only as validation of her empire, is unwilling to sacrifice any of her possessive rights, and is under suspicion of seeking to use the mandatory system for imperialistic ends. The United States wants the League, but is unwilling to sacrifice to it her position in the Western Hemisphere. Even with these reservations, it might still be possible to launch the League by virtue of the measure of hope and goodwill that remains in the neutral and defeated nations, including China and Russia, but by the treaties this last hope is frustrated. The victors will not yield any of the attributes of a strong peace to secure the League. On the part of the first four partners, this attitude is so bound up with territorial and financial claims as to be readily understood, but on the part of the United States it is explicable only in terms of national hypocrisy and stupidity. No one believes that Mr. Wilson would have sacrificed the essential features of his New World Order to the humiliation and spoliation of Germany if he had not realized that the country behind him demanded such humiliation and spoliation. And to what end? Certain interests in this country may profit by the ruin of German industry, but the business of the United States as a whole can only suffer. We have no legitimate revenge to seek from Germany, no great injury, material or moral, to make even. We have inflicted vastly more harm on Germany than we have received. Our attitude is to be explained solely by a survival of war psychology. We are still stupid and blind from hate, and unfortunately that hate has extended itself to Russia. The armistice balked us of what we regarded as legitimate prey, the destruction of German cities and the massacre of Germans on German soil, and in these circumstances we have found an outlet for our feelings in our former ally. Thus we have made it impossible to use the forces that are sincerely interested in a new international order, and we are compelled to resort to the doubtful process of wishing such an order on our suspicious and half unwilling associates. In other words, the United States is determined to sacrifice the one tangible object for which it fought, not to material advantage or to calculated revenge, but to a state of mind. And for that state of mind, which blocks his endeavors, Mr. Wilson is largely responsible. He is reaping the fruit of his panic-stricken war policy, when he suspended free speech and trampled upon opinion, when he gave the country over to the mob law of security leagues and defense societies, when he sold his bonds on atrocity stories and set up a department of public falsehood by way of propaganda. He was preparing exactly such a situation as he will confront on his return, a country which will not renounce any of the fruits of victory which others are gathering, which will not make place for Germany and Russia in the new order of the world, because it is still in no condition to do business. End of section 65. Section 66 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. President Wilson's recent speeches in Paris will do little for his own credit, the service of his country, or the honor of her dead. On May 10th he delivered an address before the French Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, in which he delivered himself of his usual well-laundered sentiments. My view of the state is that it must stop and listen to what I have to say, no matter how humble I am. I have always been among those who believed that the greatest freedom of speech was the greatest safety. In this free air of free speech, men get into that sort of communication with another which constitutes the basis of all common achievement. One pauses aghast at this oily hypocrisy. Mr. Wilson knows that there are hundreds of his fellow citizens in prison for speaking their minds, not to the state, but to spies set by the state to trap them. He knows it because he has just commuted the sentence of such a fellow citizen, William Powell of Lansing, Michigan, from 20 years to 1 as punishment for saying in private that the stories of German atrocities were propaganda, that he could not believe in President Wilson, that the war was a rich man's war. 1 year of confinement in Leavenworth, which, with the unearned increment of tuberculosis, means death, and $5,000 fine, which has already reduced this man's family to beggary. This is President Wilson's conception of free speech. We submit that he has made the French Academy of Political and Moral Sciences the victim of a hoax, which would be silly if it were not tragic. Mr. Wilson's Memorial Day address is likewise notable for establishing a complete antithesis between words and deeds. It has the same fulsome quality as the address to the Academy, the same hollow rhetoric, but here tragically misplaced. It is delightful. It is more delightful. The world cares little for the stages of Mr. Wilson's hedonism. It cares even less for the tawdry second-hand verbal ornament of one who cherishes the platitude as a figure of speech. But when he makes the death of his soldiers an argument for the cause which he has betrayed, the mind of the reader is divided between amazement at the effrontery and horror at the sacrilege. Shall I ever speak a word of counsel which is inconsistent with the assurances I gave them when they came over? This is quoted from his address at New York before his second departure for France. Then it was a promise. Now it is a broken promise. Here I stand consecrated in the spirit of the men who were once my comrades, and who are now gone, and who left me under eternal bonds of fidelity. One is forced to ask, where does Mr. Wilson stand? Perhaps at Fiume. What are those eternal bonds? The recognition of the British protectorate in Egypt, the cession of the Saar Valley to France, of South Tyrol to Italy, of Shantung to Japan, the starvation of Russia, the economic war after the war against Germany. It is too much to expect that he should characterize these achievements in truthful language. He has properly left that to Mr. Debs. It is perhaps too much to expect that he should refrain from exalting himself in the light of what he would like to have done in place of these things, but that he should accept them in the name of the men who at his bidding died for a better world, is blasphemy. End of section 66. Section 67 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The American Federation of Labor and Convention at Atlantic City is pondering no less a problem than the future of the state. Is industrial democracy, so warmly and vaguely recommended by President Wilson, to come as the gift of a government of politically federated geographic areas controlled by a labor vote, or will this democracy be first arrived at within self-controlled production units, destined finally themselves to replace the whole geographic representative system? If federated labor and all labor is to make an intelligent choice between economic and political means, such a selection must be conditioned by a choice between a future built from the bottom and one that hangs from the top. With all due deference to the AFL's deliberations as to the advisability of its participation in a labor party, it may be said that labor has already made its choice of means and ends. It is not necessary to call on Russia for proof. Great Britain will serve. The December elections found British labor not impotent, but politically indifferent. By the extension of the shop steward movement and by the initiation of strikes in sharp succession, British labor has won a near dictatorship and has even succeeded in sweeping into its control a group hitherto subservient to reactionary control, the police. In Spain, the Confederación General del Trabajo devotes itself not to the manipulation of political machinery, but to the sabotage of government. Canadian authorities find themselves practically powerless before a labor movement which embraces not only the employees of private industry, but an army of the servants of the state. And the United States itself offers sharp enough contrast between indifferent and ineffective voting and earnest and powerful direct action. The war was not the sole author of today's distrust of the political state. Perhaps the peace has done even more to alienate the people from the political organisms which are supposed to represent them. If the war brought the breakdown of bureaucracy, the peace has done as great a disservice to the religion of nationalism. The state has been proved both impotent and morally irresponsible. The tendency of the time is toward decentralization and a new beginning. Neither state socialism nor state capitalism, with their common dependence on geographic political machinery, can be accommodated to a new era that promises not to bring men together in horizontal layers that cut straight across every economic relationship, but to unite them in vertical self-governing units as their work unites them, in the factory in the daytime, rather than in the club or on the street corner at night. Direct action is a tremendous protest against the existence of a system of artificial relationships and political indirection, and a demand for the recognition of production groups, economic successors to the family, as the natural elements of a society devoted to the achievement of industrial democracy. End of section 67. Section 68 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Panem et circenses was the formula for the politicians of imperial Rome, on which they relied to keep the underlying population from imagining vain remedies for their own hard case. Mutatis mutantis. In the vernacular of the 20th century, this would be as much as to say the bread line in the movies. This is not a literal translation of the Latin motto. It amounts to an equivalence of practice rather than an equivalence of words. Panis, of course, is Latin for bread, rather than the bread line, and the nearest modern equivalent for circenses would perhaps be the ball field rather than the movies. But then, as the Romans would say, tempora mutantur. Panis, of course, signifies bread, a product of the baker's art, rather than the bread line, which is a product of the associated charities. But in effect, as it comes into this imperial Roman motto, panem signify that certain salutary minimum of bread, without which the underlying population could not be counted on, to tolerate the continued rule of the imperial politicians and of those vested interests that were entrusted to the care of the politicians. So it appears that the politicians of imperial Rome allowed the underlying population a ration of actual bread at some cost to the vested interests. It appears that the astute politicians of imperial Rome dared go no nearer to the modern democratic institution of the breadline. To those democratic statesmen who now bear up the banners of the vested interests, also called the standards of law and order, this prodigal conduct of the Roman politicians will perhaps seem weak and little-minded, but something is to be allowed in extenuation of their pusillanimity. The politicians of imperial Rome had not the use of liberty loans and machine guns, and then the underlying population of that cruder age was perhaps less patient and reasonable, less given to promises and procrastination. Tempora mutantur. The democratic statesmen of the 20th century are more fortunate in both respects. More particularly, the mechanical appliances for preserving law and order have been greatly perfected, and by suitable fiscal methods, the underlying population, which is to be kept in hand, can be induced to pay for these mechanical appliances by which they are to be kept in hand. So the statesmen of the 20th century are enabled to let the breadline serve in place of the bread, and thereby to save the net output of the Republic's industry more nearly intact for the use of the kept classes. But in the matter of Circenses, too, there has been change and improvement during these intervening centuries since the glory that was Rome. Political practice runs on a more economical plan in this business-like age. The Roman Circenses appear to have cut somewhat wastefully into the ordinary earnings of those vested interests by whose benefit the Roman imperium was administered, whereas the movies of the 20th century are a business proposition in their own right, a source of earnings and a vested interest. And in ordinary times of peace or war, the movies supply what appears to be required in the way of politically salutary dissipation. Yet in time of stress, as is now evident, something more enticing may be required to distract popular attention securely and keep the underlying population from taking stock of the statesman's promises and performance. At a critical juncture, when large chances of profit and loss for the vested interests are in the balance, it may be well to take thought and add something to the workday routine of the movies, even at some expense. In case of urgent need, to stabilize a doubtfully manageable popular sentiment, the rant and swagger of many subsidized heroes, and the pomp and circumstance and moving show incident to a victory alone should have a salutary use of the same kind. Expensive, no doubt, but then the cost need not be borne by those vested interests that are to be safeguarded from the corrosive afterthought of the underlying population. And then there are available such heroic spectacles as a victory fleet, together with parades, arches, and banners, miles of banners, and square miles of heroic printed matter, costly no doubt, but also doubtless salutary. So also, in case of need, there is something to be made of such a thing as an overseas flight, particularly if it be abundantly staged and somewhat more than abundantly advertised. It is a potent resource, capable of lifting the common man's afterthought into the upper air, instead of letting it run along the ground of material fact, where it might do mischief. Costly, no doubt, but then the cost need not be counted so closely, since it is the common man who pays the cost, the same common man who is forever in danger of getting into mischief by reflecting unduly on what the statesmen have been using him for. And, of course, since it is the common man who is to be relieved of afterthought, it is only reasonable that the common man should pay the cost. Panem et circenses, the breadline and the movies. End of section 68. Section 69 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 69. Benjamin Glassberg has been dismissed from the New York public schools for stating 1. That the Soviet regime of Russia has been maligned in America, 2. That testimony to this effect had been suppressed by the State Department, 3. That a teacher in New York could not tell the truth about Russia. The first two statements are the exact truth as proved by Colonel Robbins' testimony before the school board. The third is proved by Mr. Glassberg's dismissal. So much for suppression of truth. As for the propagation of falsehood, the board continues to demand that teachers make enthusiastic use of the official syllabus of the World War, exposed by Professor Beard in an article in this issue. End of section 69. Section 70 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The changes in the ideals and practices of literature, which lead critics to question whether it is longer to be entitled a fine art, are of the nature of democracy. No longer do writers form a caste apart, an institution devoted to competition in the production of masterpieces, seeking, like Milton, to leave something so written to aftertimes as they should not willingly let it die. On the contrary, in these days of popular education, everyone writes, or threatens to do so, and measures his success not in length of time, but in extent of space, not by fit audience, though few, extending in a thin line down the centuries, but by the unfit and vast assembly of readers scattered over the whole world, who for a month or a year may be held by the potent charm of a bestseller. Everyone reads, and supplying reading matter to an immense world and voracious public has become a business like supplying it with clothes and food. This public is uneducated in the art of expression. It is primarily interested in subject matter, and writers, subdued to public taste, are no longer devoted to form, seeking subjects that will serve as material for epic, tragedy, or sonnet sequence. On the contrary, they spend their gifts on finding what material will take the public and adopting a form which will serve most directly and powerfully to convey this material to its destination. Now, the chief uses which a democracy has for literature are two: education and entertainment. In both respects, it must be admitted, the demands of the public are in an elementary stage. What is wanted in education is a rough general knowledge of the world in which we live, and some data to direct our course efficiently in it. For entertainment, the mass of men are dependent on appeals to the senses, but there is one form of intellectual enjoyment which is widespread, the satisfaction of curiosity, the emotion which is stirred by novelty. The questions which the multitude of readers ask in regard to any writing are, is it true? Is it important? Is it interesting? Our demands for truth to life and for guidance in the efficient conduct of it find satisfaction in that mass of material drawn from the lives of human beings which we call realism, and our demand for interest is best served by that touch of novelty and timelessness which is of the nature of journalism. A term, then, which covers a large part of present-day writing is journalistic realism. The extent to which this term has become applicable in those departments of literature of which formal technique has been most characteristic is obvious in modern drama and poetry. The so-called Renaissance of the drama is due to the discovery by Ibsen and his successors that the stage is not limited by technique to a certain prescribed subject matter, but may deal effectively with the immediate realities of modern existence. The Renaissance of poetry is due to the same discovery, but it is in the novel that the triumph of journalistic realism over technical considerations is most pronounced. The novel form, owing to its hybrid origin and bourgeois history, has never suffered from the obsession of sacrosanctity. Fortunately, perhaps no one has ever known exactly what a novel is. Certain technical principles of plot, character drawing, and background development have been held to constitute a technique of the novel, to which the characteristic modern attitude is that of Mr. Wells, proclaiming Lawrence Sterne the greatest of English novelists because he is farthest removed from such technique. Even before the war, such books as Number 5, John Street, Children of the Dead End, and Ragged-Trousered Philanthropist were recognized as among the most powerful examples of prose narrative. Because of their disregard of novelistic conventions, they approach infinitely closer to life and lay emphasis with infinitely more exactness upon its overwhelming and tragic facts. The war has been given great impetus to such writing, to such journalistic novels as Mr. Brightling Sees It Through and Blind Alley, which have merely a thin convention of fiction. And the actual experience of war has given birth to narratives of a reality so stark and terrible that the reinforcement of fiction would be an impertinence. The extension of such experience among men, instead of its limitation to a professional soldiery, finds evidence in the difference between la feu and la debacle. To the universalizing of such experience, the democratic art of journalistic realism is a witness. We are reminded once more that literature is a fine art, and that as in all education, so in the artistic, as in all entertainment, so in the aesthetic, is literature best fitted to serve modern men. Only the artistic can no longer render this service by devotion to an aristocratic formula of his ancestors, of his social equals, or of his own. Indeed, it may be questioned whether the greatest literature was not always the unsought result of an unfathomable combination of the maker's soul with that of his fellow men. Only whereas in the past it was only the souls of the few who counted, today it is the soul of democracy. At least this is certain: the true aesthetic cannot be imposed from without by individual genius or eccentricity, nor can it be recovered from the past by study. It is more than ever before the immediate result of human need, human aspiration, human agony. It cannot be complete unless it takes account of the experience of the entire race, in which for the first time in the world's history the soul of man is tragically one. End of section 70. Section 71 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. If additional evidence be needed to convince the peoples of the world of the vicious constitution of the great powers at Versailles, the latest reports on the Russian situation serve that purpose admirably. On May 26, the Big Four made overtures to Kolchak, the terrorist dictator of Siberia. They laid down certain conditions upon which they would accord his government recognition. On June 11th, Kolchak's answer was cabled from Paris. It was a refusal, according to the New York Sun, of practically all the conditions established by the peace conference. Did that demolish the plan of reactionary intervention? By no means. The Allied and associated powers knew better than Kolchak what they meant by their conditions for recognition. They gracefully sent a reply welcoming his substantial agreement and satisfactory assurances, and renewing their promise of support as set forth in their original letter. In other words, to quote the original letter, they are disposed to assist the government of Admiral Kolchak and his associates with munitions, supplies, and food to establish themselves as the government of all Russia. This offer is based upon a cardinal axiom of the Allied and associated powers to avoid interference in the internal affairs of Russia. Through this clotted mass of contradictory statement, the purposes of the Big Four seem nevertheless evident. They intend to disregard the weakness of Kolchak's army, as indicated in the current reports in the daily press. They purpose to overlook the direct testimony of the New York Globe and the Chicago Daily News, published on the authority of their Moscow correspondent, as to the soundness of law and order in Soviet Russia, the willingness of the Soviet government to make peace, and the steady increase of the Russian Republic's strength as a result of the Allies' obdurate refusal to enter into friendly negotiations. The powers appear likewise willing to treat as negligible the reactionary monarchist character of the Kolchak group, as established again and again by neutral observers, and described as recently as June 15th in the conservative and circumspect New York Times. In the interest of vested privilege, the Big Four will set out to overthrow the now soundly established Soviet Republic, and will stake their integrity on a government feeble in military forces, destitute of moral authority, and completely lacking in the elements of a democratic political state. If the Big Four are indeed ready to put this Prussic policy into effect, they will have drawn a clean line of demarcation between the peoples of the world and their governments. In the face of such a coalition of reactionary powers, there can be no paltering. The recognition of Kolchak is a direct and final challenge to all liberal-minded men. The liberals of all nations must either unite to take up the challenge, or condemn themselves to impotent disintegration. On the decision of liberalism in this crisis, the very existence of free institutions rests. If it cannot fight its enemies, it will never have the privilege of living with them. The tolerance of liberalism can be secured only by establishing its strength. End of section 71. Section 72 from Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 39th Annual Convention of the American Federation lived its short life beneath a cloud of officialism shot through with gleams of rough reality. From a fighting past, the Federation has inherited a military organization that falls naturally into line and staff, and like the staff of an army at peace, AFL officialdom polishes its buttons, perfects its salutes, and trots the household troops out occasionally for a sham battle, leads a convention off to Washington to fight for beer, the impending loss of which beverage causes President Gompers to fear for the first time for the future of the country. Mr. Gompers has somehow succeeded in classifying prohibition as Bolshevistic, and in the higher circles of the AFL, as in the Senate, that word sends rattling down to death whatever thing it touches. Nevertheless, there are memories of the pre-respectable period of the AFL that will not down. Memories of open warfare once and again in Colorado. Memories of a day when the Washington headquarters of the Federation could say, referring not unsympathetically to the McNamara case, "It is an awful commentary upon existing conditions when one man, among all the millions of workers, can bring himself to the frame of mind that the only means to secure justice for labor is violence, outrage, and murder." Even today come rumors that the official recognition which has proved so soothing to labor's representatives at Washington and Paris has not yet been granted everywhere. In McKeesport and Homestead and other towns of western Pennsylvania, AFL organizers must hold their meetings out of doors, or not at all. They are Bolsheviki. In Columbus, Georgia, AFL strikers are shot down. They are Bolsheviki. In the line of the army, the AFL still has its fighters who see the cause of the oppressed as one cause, and do not meet rebellion with the ready damnation of a word. Just as long as these fighters drag the old staff with them, the AFL will, like any other army, go forward, backward. End of section 72. Section 73 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 73. Anti-Radical Bill introduced by Senator King. It is obvious that the anti-radical bill introduced by Senator King plays directly into the hands of the reactionary kind of revolutionist. The measure is a forceful example of the sort of government the nation may expect when the National Security League consolidates with the American Protective League and establishes, under a wooden Kolchak, a dictatorship of the proletariat. But as a potential law for a constitutional republic, the King Bill is baldly ridiculous. In the very first section of this Act to Protect the Government of the United States, It writes a conspiracy clause for the first time into federal law, annuls the First Amendment of the Constitution, proclaims the perfection of the form of government it aims to destroy, and establishes the crime of lèse majesté on a basis broad enough to hedge the entire executive establishment from Burleson upward, with that immunity from assault and criticism which becomes a sovereign by divine right. The height of stultification, however, is attained in the fourth section. It reads, Section 4. Any person, firm, or corporation who shall wilfully make or convey false reports or false statements, or shall say or do anything except by way of bona fide advice to an investor or investors, with intent to obstruct the sale by the United States of bonds or other securities of the United States, or the making of loans to or by the United States, shall be punished by a fine of not more than $5,000 and imprisonment not to exceed 3 years. This is the work of either a satirist or a born fool. It would be difficult to believe that it could be anything but a deliberate attempt to prove the proprietariat basis of the bill, were it not for the fact that an official of the National City Bank could have been sentenced to prison under its provisions the other day for saying in public, not merely to bona fide investors, that further loans to foreign governments were unjustifiably risky. These objections are but pinpricks in a document that gapes with constitutional holes. From first to last, the King Bill lives up to its name. For all the recognition it accords the Constitution, it might have been drafted by Lord North on behalf of King George III for the express purpose of frustrating the American Revolution. Its whole intention and method run contrary to the Bill of Rights. To this extent the measure carries with it an antidote for its own poisons. Should popular opinion be supine enough to permit enactment, it is obvious that the first criminals to be arrested under the Act, senatorial immunity aside, would be the very persons who sponsored and promulgated it. Did Senator King see how willfully his law had defied and disregarded the Constitution when he so rigorously provided for his own punishment? Were the law honestly carried out, Senator King would be taught how dangerous it is to protect an institution by the subversive experiment of doing away with it. But if the Constitution is still a serviceable instrument, that sacred document will at all events protect Senator King from the results of his own follies. Let us trust that the measure will not progress so far. If the American people are fully alive to the dangers of counter-revolutionary hysteria, fomented by private security leagues and espionage organizations, they will drive the bill out of the Senate before it has a chance to be laughed out of court. It needs only a concerted protest to remind Congress that the American state is still enough of a republic to be opposed fiercely to the protection of the United States government through the instrumentality of a king. End of section 73. Section 74 of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 74. The selection of current fiction which the Dial proffers on page 670 of this issue has value in that it is a composite photograph of the opinions of a considerable number of habitually critical readers, a rough index to the verdicts of many scattered and diversified reviewers. As such, it shows the lay of the field, and the query raised by the present list is a familiar one. Why does America produce so little serious fiction of good quality? On this list, the English titles outnumber the American nearly 3 to 1, although the English are all imported. Moreover, the American books are, with only an exception or two, devoted to adventure, mystery, or humor, so that in this season at least we have one established name, that of Mr. Hergesheimer, to oppose to the role of Conrad, Wells, Bennett, Galsworthy, Swinnerton, Delafield, Walpole, Beresford, George, and McKenna. Last season's shorter list showed about the same ratio, and had only Mr. Fuller to add. The Christmas list was more evenly divided, but since some of the American publications were posthumous, offered no more than Mr. Cable, Miss Cather, and Mr. Webster. The very sharp contrast in the current list ought doubtless to be corrected by certain qualifications. English novelists appear to publish more frequently than do serious American novelists. Lately there has been a marked increase in the importation of English novels, which of itself connotes a shortage in the domestic supply. Probably more American than English novelists have been temporarily deflected into journalism by the war, and so on. Such considerations soften the picture a little. They scarcely alter the fact. In the production of best-selling romances, of magazine stories, and of moving picture scenarios, we have no real competition. But in the production of narrative that represents life as it is lived, we fall shockingly behind the English, both as regards quality and as regards quantity. That it is the fault of our scene or the fault of our public are familiar explanations, probably true enough in their degree. But the scene grows steadily richer, and the public's demand for good fiction constantly increases, as witness the number of importations and translations in this season's list. And yet the production shows little promise of catching up. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that the supply of good American fiction lingers behind the demand for it, chiefly because the pens that ought to be engaged in its production are too well paid for maintaining our supremacy in the bestseller, the story, and the movie. End of section 74. Section 75 of Editorials of the Dial Magazine, Volume 66. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All that has transpired of the proceedings of the Peace Conference since the Covenant of the League of Nations was presented to the world on February 14 tends to weaken confidence in the good faith of the parties thereto. On the one hand, the United States has insisted on the addition of a clause making exclusive reservation in regard to that hoary fetish, the Monroe Doctrine, a reservation conducing only to selfish interest and vulgar prestige. On the other, the claim of Japan for the recognition of equality of her citizenship with that of other nations has been summarily rejected. Both the freedom of the Western Hemisphere from European aggression and the adjustment of immigration according to mutual interest are matters which should be left to the operation of the League of Nations if any confidence whatever is to be placed in that organization. Faith and goodwill are the basis of such an organization. Where are they? But the most serious lack of faith in the League on the part of its proponents is shown in their failure to make use of it as a means toward peace and reconciliation. The exclusion of Germany, or her admission by an extorted acceptance of the principles of the Covenant, is fatal alike to the conception of the League as proposed and fought for, and to its working under the present forces in control. Still, the question insistently demands answer. Can those forces make peace for the world? That the treaty may be signed, the covenant adopted, and the machinery of the League set up constitute no answer to that question. These things may prove only more clearly the impotence of existing governments to give an affirmative answer. More clearly it appears that a condition precedent to a true peace is a change in those governments themselves. As the Russian Revolution, by eliminating one set of nationalistic interests, made the first simplification in the problem, so now it appears that the next steps are revolution in Italy, in France, and England, wherever selfish imperialism blocks the path of progress toward world peace. To quote Mr. J. A. Hobson, if the workers within each nation cannot capture their state, and through their state the new international arrangement, League of Nations or whatever it may be called, they will be helpless in the hands of their rulers and their capitalists. Even so, the League has its temporary function and value. The fact that it is not a people's league, merely an arrangement whereby governments are impeded in making war, is a cynical recognition of the fact that it is not the people who need such restraint, for it is not they who make war. But if the League is to be the constructive instrument of righting the monstrous wrongs of the world, if it is to be the beginning of a genuine society of nations, it must be under the control of men who possess a common ground of understanding other than participation in loot, a basis of mutual trust other than the honor among thieves. End of section 75. End of Editorials from the Dial Magazine, Volume 66.